Acrylic Minecraft. Greetings and welcome to Acrylic Minecraft for the editable version. Oh, I should hit record. There we go. Greetings and welcome to Acrylic Minecraft. We are out of the art studio today. We've taken a little bit of a trip to the local gardens, and this is a... Wait a minute. Why is my skin looking so detailed? This is actually Minecraft Bedrock. I'm, yes, actually playing a Minecraft Bedrock adventure map. This is by Game Mode 1. It's called Bloom. And with all of my recent nature painting and if you're in my Discord, you've seen nature puzzles and so on and so forth. I've just been really fascinated by nature. I cannot wait for spring. When I look outside, it's a bit of a snowy, or the beginning of the snowy season here, where I live in the outskirts of Chicago. And what better map, by the way, to welcome spring and paint some Minecraft scenes than something that is as beautiful as this. Now, there may be game spoilers because I have played this map to 100% completion, which is crazy in my mind. But wanted to paint something from this map. I just felt like it's got these amazing blends of colors and textures that would make a really nice painting. So I have, I mean, look at like everywhere I turn is a vista that could make a good painting. I've picked out a spot over here, and so I'm going to go ahead and start the process because I don't know how long this will actually take, and there won't be a ton of gameplay once I start. But this is my mark where I'm going to stand, and this is my basic subject. So I'm going to do a quick explanation, then I may have to recap a little bit if people join the stream. People may or may not. In fact, I should check and see if it even tweeted out properly. You can see that I have, once I started, I've actually, okay, so I think, I don't know if Jake might have seen, hey Jake. If you saw a tweet or did you see get a Twitch notification? I'm trying to find my, oh, you saw a tweet. Okay, good. Hopefully it was legible. So this is the subject that I'm going to paint here. And if you want, before I do that, I can do a quick run around the map. I don't know if you, I don't think Jake wants that. You can see my customized garden port here. You can kind of see. What am I doing? Oh, I'm going to be painting a scene from this map in real life. I'm going to be painting a scene from this map in real life. Like actual paint on the actual canvas behind me. Yeah, I don't know. What is real life? That's a whole different topic for another day. Whoops. But you can see my RS there. Anyway, okay, so let's go back over here. I don't need to show you around the map. We'll do that when we get to a breakpoint. This is my mark here. So what I'm thinking of doing is getting this image. Now I'm using a 16 by 20 canvas, which is 20 high, 16 wide. So it is definitely not going to capture the whole width of this Minecraft view. I'm basically planning to capture from about right over here-ish. Somewhere right over here. Across the sky, and then probably just inside this tree here, but chopping off this branch. We'll see once I actually get it on the canvas how much will fit. My goal is to have this guy just to the left of center of the picture. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow this, I'm going to call it a vine, it's not a vine, a willow switch or branch to be to his left, and this one to be, these two to be to his right, so he's kind of framed as opposed to being obscured by it. So he'll be kind of right in the middle-ish of this and this. And then this bit of willow hanging down here will be about centered on the river back here, or the where the creek bubbles down the stone, because I think the gray will be a better background than if I try to put green on green. And I am probably not going to capture this marble. I may or may not be able to capture this stone wall back here. We'll see. I'm not going to capture any of this garden that I made here. So it's going to be kind of a, and then I'm going to actually probably pull this purple bush in right about here in the final painting. I'm not going to actually change it in the map though. Oh, welcome, Game Mode 1. Awesome. I don't know which member of the team it is, but you're all welcome. So I think that's pretty much it for what I'm going to do. I can look around the map and show you what I've kind of done if you want, or I can just get started. This is the first time I'm going to actually do this live. I'm going to go ahead and put in F1 mode. And I want to also frame it about like that, so that this part of the horizon here is right about the middle of my canvas, I think. Yeah, right about like that. Actually, Game Mode 1, if you want, I can show you other scenes that I considered to paint. But this is the one that I've settled on, this angle right here. Witherun, welcome. Yeah, I don't know. Let me get into this, and then we'll see how it's going, and then maybe I'll walk around the map a bit more. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a second to kind of adjust my stream setup here to, first of all, zoom in, and we're going to focus on the canvas a little better. So I don't really know how to preset some of this stuff. Like I said, this will be my first time actually doing this live. Now, I had it all set perfectly before, so I'm not sure what happened to it, other than my big oaf self moving things around. Go out one more. It's going to have to be about like that, and then we will put Minecraft about like that, I think. Nope, that's clearly a bad idea. There. May have to be something like that. We can chop off a little bit of the left of Minecraft. So I don't know if this is going to be the best focus or not, just given where things are. And it's going to take me a second because hopefully you can hear me decently if I'm facing this direction and not looking at the screen. And then I will look at the screen from time to time. I should have pre-mixed my paints and put them on the palette, but I didn't know how long it was going to take me to set everything up. So I'm going to have to do that in real life really quickly here. I'm going to start off with the cyan of the sky. So I'm just mixing up a little bit of green, a little bit of blue, and I'm going to use a larger brush. Oh, yep, nope, that's not a good idea. I'm just adjusting my windows here. Well, I think in order for it to be the best for you guys, it'll have to be like that. So what I'm planning to do is I'm just grabbing some green, grabbing some blue, grabbing some white, and pretty sure you won't be able to see this because I did angle my thing down. Now I've got my monitor, which is probably a bad idea, to my right and sort of behind me, and then I've got the canvas sort of to the left and in front of me. And so I'm actually not able to look at the screen when I paint. And so this is going to be kind of interesting in terms of matching matching colors and things like that may not happen. But here we go. And that is definitely that is a weird shade. It needs a little more blue. Now I am curious, in the game mode one, if you're willing to share. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but on your team, who your artists are, and who is kind of the person or persons who did the texturing and or did the layout of all the different default terrain and things like that. This is definitely too light, so I need to mix this a little differently. Too light of a color. Oh boy, that's horrible. I mean, the color itself is kind of nice, but it does not match what we're trying to do. And I will come back over to the camera view in a moment. I should say the chat, so I will have a delay in seeing the chat. But it doesn't look like that's an issue. I'm actually going to use a darker blue color. I was mixing in this lighter blue and it's just not doing it for me. I want it to be more of a Viridian kind of blue because your sky is a really cool color in the map itself. There we go. Much better. And we can just put that right over top and actually blend it right in. Now I need to check. Okay, so the sky in a normal Minecraft map actually dithers, typically dithers down from a light blue at the top to a more white, what they call fog, on the horizons. What I've got on the canvas right now is the exact opposite of that. I don't see that dithering in bloom. So I think, I don't know if it's a bedrock thing or a something that you customized, but you know what, I'm actually going to leave it. I'm actually going to leave that lighter color peeking through up there because I don't mind this. Oops, my easel was not centered. I actually don't mind this effect, but I do want it a little bit more on the lighter side up, or a darker side up top. I'm going to pull it in, and I don't want to lose all of this though. but the sky is hardly going to show. Now, okay, actually the issue with this right now, what I have on the canvas, and again, this is first time doing this for me, so it's a bit of an experiment. The issue that I have is that's going to look like storm clouds, which is not what I'm going for. So Brandon, Rudy, and Justin were the main level designers. John and Weave were the model and texture artists. That is fantastic. Cade Ander, welcome. Fawn, welcome. And if I get like right up here, I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but I just smudged in a streak of blue, which I like. However, it's going to make it look even more like clouds if I leave it that way. So a lot of this is going to be trial and error. And I need to actually swoop the sky down in the middle to about 1/3 of the way down the canvas itself. So we're going to actually go now a bit darker or lighter down in through here. And I think what I'm going to do is leave this for a second. And I want to pick out my the level of the grass. So I'm gonna, on the screen, I'm actually going to, oops. I want to pick out this far back line of grass here, which kind of starts high on the left and then goes down a little bit as it crosses behind the pond and then disappears into the forest. But I wanted to get that just above the center. And so I want to use Cavolta, welcome. I want to use whoops, a flat green just to mark where that line is going to be. So I want it to be just above the center here. So actually that's good, because that means my sky right now coming down is will do the trick and is okay over here and is okay over here. And then I'm going to have, okay, so I think what I'm going to do is rough in the green next, and I'm just going to use, this is a medium green, I'm just going to use it straight as a base to put on, and it needs to start up higher here. Oh, actually, let's not do that. Yeah, let's do this. Let's put some green across here, and it's going to come up here. I'm just going to rough this in for a future purpose, actually, and it's going to disappear kind of straight across into the forest here. So we're going to come back to this line in a minute, but I need it to kind of place where the trees are going to go. And I think what I'm going to do for the trees is a dark green with a little bit of red. I don't know if you can see or hear me kind of opening and squirting out paint onto my palette. I don't like to put the paint in advance. I think that's a reflection on just how new I am to painting and untrained in any sense whatsoever, because I'm afraid that it's going to dry out before I get to it, which I think is something I can probably have some degree of control over, but like I said, I'm pretty new. I'm gonna try not to caveat this whole thing with that kind of statement. But what I'm doing is I'm mixing up some reddish green, e.g. brown, and black to rough in a tree line in the far back. And when I say a tree line, what I'm basically going to do is we're going to have the willow tree over here on the left, and on the right is going to be the red, the purplish, pinkish, whatever color that is, magenta and yellow. And then through here, we're going to have darkness. So I'm just going to go across, and then on this side I'm going to go up a bit. And it can be pretty much any color. This one's going to be darker because a lot of this is going to get covered up later. I just need it there in case things show through a bit. And I want to get the illusion of depth right out of the sky. There's going to be a lot of layers. What I think of is a lot of layers in this. And it doesn't matter if it's... we got some... I'm using a brush with sort of a triangular tip. We've got some sort of piney trees in the background, and I want some not pointy trees as well. So I'm just kind of dabble like this here and there. And again, a lot of this isn't going to end up being visible at all in the final painting. I'm just kind of mixing in a little bit of color here and there on the brush. My lighting in this room that I'm in is not great for this at all. It's pretty horrible, actually. So it's quite interesting what I get when I walk out of here and I put it under the natural light that I have in the other room where I usually paint. But in order to have the computer close at hand and the painting together, I wanted to kind of set it up this way. And I'm going to work on, in the future, work on how I've staged everything out. So right now I'm just putting in a layer here. It's really nothing special, but it's going to be very important to the background. And I picked up a little more red than I wanted, but that's fine too. That'll just pull things forward a bit right where the red is. So why don't I do something similar on this side? And the cool thing about painting nature and landscapes that I'm discovering, I mean, certainly artists have been doing this forever. Maybe you've even got folks on your Minecraft teams that already are just way better than I am, and or that you know in real life that can do this better. Is especially when painting trees. So up here I've got some of the greenish black, and then in through here it's a little more red. I don't know if you can tell. And then right here there's like a spot where the sky kind of shines through a bit. When you look outside at branches, I mean, that's how the world is. You will get different things peeking through all different places that you don't expect. And it makes kind of a nice thing. Now I'm also keeping this edge here rough, and I'm going to end up going back over that with the green in a moment. But I just needed to get a layer of background there, and now I need to pull the green forward. So we've got with Hawkminer. Hawkminer is too generous. He says good progress already. I don't know that I've made any progress. But I'm going back to the medium green now, the grass. So the left side of the tree, I want the willow tree to be here, and it's going to block a lot of this, but it's a lot easier to just paint the whole landscape across and then put the tree on top of it. So I'm going to go ahead and put this hill in here. And the green that I'm using, I think I need to actually invest in a different brand of acrylic. I don't remember what store I picked this up at, but some of the colors are very transparent, and some of the colors are much more opaque and vibrant. And one of the tubes that I got, which I've now gotten rid of, is so glossy that when you put it on your painting, it just completely overpowers everything else. So I was a little bit bothered by that. And I'm just going to smooth a little bit of this through this section here. But I'm going to have to come back over this in a minute anyway. And we've just got some sort of hill things going on in here and some slightly lighter sections. And then we're going to have this big pond here. And then, so this grass is actually going to need to come down and around through here. So let's just say that the pond is going to be somewhere in here, and hope that that's correct. And we're just going to pull this in. Now I've got a lot of paint on the canvas up here, which is not the greatest technique. I need to kind of smooth this out, but I'm just letting some of it sit for the moment, and I'll go back up and take care of that. I do want it to get a bit lighter as we move down, and I think that's going to help me bring in the depth over here, but I'm not ready to do that quite yet. And I don't have the pond in yet, so I think I'm going to have to put in the pond and then come back over this section here, and we'll edge out the pond. I'm going to pick up a little bit of the darker green, which I will put up here, and then kind of down on an angle like this, because it's just going to come out green. Because what it'll do is I think it'll pull the depth out this direction. I agree. So in the chat, Game Mode 1 said, somebody said today that if Bob Ross made a Minecraft map, I do think so. I think I've seen quite a lot of Bob Ross's videos. In fact, that's what got me into painting about a year ago. I started. In fact, just over a year ago I started. And he certainly did get me into it. But most of what I've seen him do are these landscapes on his wet on wet oil technique, where there's not as much emphasis on the detail. He gives a lot. He does a lot of impressions of things and not as much detail. And I think a map like yours has so much detail in it that it certainly is beautiful as a Bob Ross, but it's kind of its own thing, which is what I'm sure you want it to be its own thing as well. And we got a lot of brush strokes here that I don't like, but those are going to get brushed over later anyway. So we'll just get rid of the big ones for now. And I need to move into the water. Now, I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm actually going to take the sky. I don't know about Impressionist Resource Pack. That probably does exist. I'm not sure. That might be interesting, though. I'm going to take the sky. I'm going to light. No, actually, I'm going to keep the dark. And I'm going to just rough in where I think the pond is going to be. And again, before I started, I mentioned that the width of what you're seeing on the Minecraft screen is a lot larger than what I have available to me on the canvas. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm kind of imagining like a white box around the part of the picture that I'm actually going to paint. And I'm leaving some stuff out, and I'm actually going to later on drag some elements in that are not quite there on the screen. And you'll see how I do that. Now this pond has kind of a river going off, something like that. I'm probably getting the angle wrong, but that's all right. And it's probably coming in somewhere over here. And we'll clean all this up later. There's going to be a bridge here and more. Yeah, blocking some of this. So this almost comes in looking straight at the end of the day. Now, need to mix a little more color here. This is the original sky, but with too much green. So I'm fixing that on my palette. And then we'll come back. So I've got it a little more green than I did before, which is okay because I think this creek, do you call it a creek or a river? I think I said the word river, but in my mind it's more of a creek. Is a little more green, and then it's going to. So one thing that's hard to tell in Minecraft, I'm kind of learning as I do this, is the shading. I mean, this should be no surprise to a lot of you, but shadows and depth. It's very good at rendering the shape because of the squareness of blocks. It's not very good at rendering the shape because of actual shadows. I'm just going to go across and I'm going to leave those strokes in to look a little bit like ripples in the water. And this is all going to get unsmoothed and dappled in a little bit. And then up here we have some rocks, which are gray. First, I think I need to pull a bit more grass down over here. And on this side, if it's darker, that's actually okay. This is going to be all trees and stuff here. And then I've got the bridge somewhere cutting across here. And I'm going to have this pond and such. So let me just I'm just going to fill all this in with the green. And let's pull some of the color back up now that this has been able to set a ways. And it's going to make little darker and lighter. I'm just leaving those there to work in different layers of depth. I think I've actually set things a little bit too high up now that I'm looking at it again. But that's okay. We can play with that. That's what makes each painting unique and totally your own. Or at least that's what I think I've heard Bob Ross say. There's gonna be some dirt over here covering up a lot of this grassy area. We go back to medium green, and I'm just putting the base in. There we go. That's a lot of green. That's a lot better. There's going to be a path going right through this mound right here. But we'll leave that. That's okay. I think I've seen two people painting on YouTube, painting their Minecraft maps. And they both went to some degree into the style of painting the blockiness of the landscapes, of the Minecraft landscape, and I'm not into that at all. First of all, if I tried to make a square, well, I could probably do a square. I could probably do a second square completely unrelated in a totally different part of the picture. But if I try to make the two squares near each other and line up, pretty soon you're gonna see that my squares are all crooked and all oblong. Also, I'm doing this painting, I should mention, sitting down. When I've been experimenting with both seated and standing. For this one, I think it'll be fine just because I have the computer behind me and the way the webcam is situated. But that is, it does make it a little different experience of how you hold the brush and where you get compared to the canvas. Okay, so I'm again roughing in a lot of the grass, and if anyone has recently joined the stream, I think off to the left, what you should be able to see is a static Minecraft window, a scene from a map called Bloom by the map making team Game Mode 1. This is a Minecraft marketplace map, which means it is for the Bedrock version, and it is playable on your Switch. Imagine making a Minecraft creation and having somebody that you know playing it on their Switch. Jigger Bob and I talk about this often. It's crazy. I mean, like when I was little, it was the NES, but when you were young, maybe you had a Super Nintendo, maybe you had a N64, maybe you had a GameCube, whatever. And just imagine like your game being played on a Nintendo system or a PlayStation 5 for that matter. That's what these guys have done. Map makers who just made free Minecraft content for 5 to 10 years. I think Game Mode 1 is at least 5 years old, if I remember correctly. And now their stuff is on first party consoles. So Ado Chin, welcome to the chat. The Babbling Brook, I like that name. All right, looking back at my image now for a second. So this pond is this part of the pond here is definitely messed up. Yes, I'm sorry. And Bloom is free on the Minecraft Marketplace. I just should mention that. Mojang and Microsoft did a really cool thing for the holidays and for the start of the year, where they took some of the more, well, actually, I wasn't involved in this whatsoever, so I may have my facts wrong, and some of the folks in chat could probably correct me, but they basically invited certain popular marketplace map makers to make something. I'm sure there was some selection process that they went through. I have to mix in a bit of gold to my palette now because I'm going to do this bank of the stream here. And I need that brown to not completely blend with the brown of the eventual bridge that I'm going to put there. So I need to make kind of a bit of a lighter shade of brown than what I have on my palette from this back here. So Mojang and Microsoft invited these map makers to make, and you can see I'm using the same brush that I had with the green, just to rough this in here. And I'm using a flat brush with some kind of little back and forth strokes. I'm gonna go over this again later. For now, I just wanna rough this in. Definitely need to fix that up later. And then we can go ahead and rough in where the path is going to be. So the path kind of forms a triangle, and that's going to determine where the top of the bridge sits. I've got my tree, I've got the statue. I do want enough water, so I really want the bridge to be cut off right over here. And I actually don't really want to try painting a whole bridge either. So the path's going to start there. And there's actually this same brown around this side of the lake. You won't see it as much over here. And you'll start to see it more as it comes around into your angle of view. But the grass is going to kind of grow up and over it anyway. So we'll fix that part later too. All right, so this piece here through the grass, it doesn't go straight across, but it comes down to about right here, I would say. And I'm just gonna put in the suggestion of a path. This is my Bob Ross. Just a hint of a path at the moment. And we may touch this up later. We'll see. So we just got some kind of little brown streaks. That sounds pretty bad, right? But I need to be careful I need to be really careful about my angles and my perspective. That's something I'm working on, improving. I don't see a lot of brown back around the back of the lake. It would be a bit of a darker brown, but I do see some through here. Oh, whoops, I grabbed some gold, I think. Oh, that's part of the fun of this. And that's going to carry forward. So here's where I want to be really careful, because that brown is really thick now. And I was thinking it would carry forward behind the tree a bit, up over here, the tree that you don't see yet. And again, just giving some depth. And I need to fix this bit of green up here now. But we're just going to feather this a little bit. Again, I'm still just using this same brush, no big deal. And then this side is drying up okay. You're going to end up seeing, I hope, a darker line of the bank here, and then I'm going to do a little bit lighter here and pull the grass over so it ends up giving it a bit of a concave look. All right, let's touch the stones back here. I didn't actually mean to do that. And in fact, I've got some white already. I've got some black already. So what I can do, let's use this brush. Get that nice and clean. Pick up the black, pick up the white, and I'm just touching some of the other colors as I do this a little sloppily. But it'll just add a little bit of character. Now, because I'm painting this looks pretty far back at the moment. So these rocks, I need to be careful how big I make them. And I'm just gonna touch them into the canvas, kind of like what I did in the back with the trees. And I don't want them to look feathered. I do want them to look solid. But just gonna do that for now. And when that dries, I'm gonna add a little bit of shadow and a little bit of other texture to them. So I think at this point, what I can do, I'm just looking at my reference image, and let's see what's going on in the chat. Is it a happy little path? It is, and it will be. All right, so I think what I'm going to do next is I think I'm going to finish off the green of the tree line through here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for that. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm just gonna use the same. I'm gonna use the same green that I used all throughout here, but when I put it on top of this, it's gonna do some different things. And this is probably not gonna get seen. Okay, I can go kind of straight across here. Right about here, like this. And I'm just gonna hit this in across here. So it's gonna actually pull the darkness into the background, where this is gonna be like further off trees and trunks of trees and things like that in the near future. And again, it's gonna dry lighter. I don't know how it looks on camera right now, actually. It's gonna dry a lot lighter than what I'm seeing in person. Or sorry, it's gonna dry darker, and more of this background is gonna show through as I go. Again, that is perfectly fine. This is all gonna get layered, and it's gonna just get as much as I need of other colors sprinkled in until it actually almost looks realistic. I don't know if I completed my earlier thought, but I was saying that Mojang or Microsoft or whoever it was invited map makers to make maps for the Bedrock platform. Typically, the map makers will pick a price or work with Microsoft to choose the right price for their creations, whether it's skin packs or maps or whatever it is, on the marketplace. And of course, Microsoft Store, will earn a portion of that, and the map makers. I won't go too much into that because what I know from the ones that I've had participation in is probably different for other people. But these maps that they put out as part of, I think it's a community event, they're putting out for free. So anyone can go and download and play these maps just to kind of have something nice, something interesting to play, and B, in my mind, it's being done kind of in the Christmas season. So we've got something that people can put on their Switch that they just got Minecraft. They don't have a lot of stuff off of the marketplace. Just something they can have under their tree, as it were. I'm putting in a bit of some darker green splotches here and there just to tone this up a little bit at the moment. I will do more of that later. But you can see I'm just kind of putting random splotches on, and it's turning into trees in the background. And it will continue to evolve. One of the things that is interesting is sometimes you'll get something in the background that you know is there, but maybe it'll get completely covered by another tree, and so it's completely gone to the viewer. But you know it's there, or maybe you don't. But it lives, as Bob Ross says, lives back under here. I'm gonna pull a bit of colors. I better use the red brush. This one. I want to put in a little bit of tree trunks and sort of variation into the tree line, like below the leaf layer. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go through and make the impression of some vertical lines, some browns and reds. There's a little bit of black on my brush, and it's kind of going to give it a bit of a randomness. I don't want it to look too detailed. In fact, okay, no, that side should be fine. So there's definitely way more grass over here than I am going to want. That's gonna be all trees. So let's go back to this one again. This one. And this time I'm gonna do a dark color. Right through here. And I'm just gonna slather this on, and we'll make it a little less straight. And we'll put it up through here too. This will peek out in the background a little bit. Here we got some light green stuff. It's okay to peek out. Now, I know this is going to get covered up, but I feel like I need to put a little bit of the trail over here on this side, and that's going to go there. That's it. That is going to almost certainly get covered up. Let's check in on my friend, the rocks at the back of the pond. Now I can grab a little bit of dark, mix it into the gray that I used, a little dark being black. And there's actually water flowing down across these rocks here, but I need to add in a little bit of shadow. So we're just going to touch these rocks a bit in the places they like to be touched. And that looks a little messy, but it's going to get perked up with some lighter gray in a few minutes. All right, so we are going to have a bunch of foliage here, a tree here. We're going to have a fairly prominent green tree right about there. So this one has a clearly brown trunk, so we're going to actually go into, and there's a bit of a light happening from a lantern that's going to be off screen, but I'm going to go into a dark red. This is actually, oh, I see what I've done wrong here. So this this part of the pond right back here is wrong. It should be occluded by this grass. Because this is where my tree needs to go. So a lot of times I will just leave something like this and paint around it, because when you eventually look at this painting completely outside of Minecraft, you'll never really know or care that it isn't exactly correct. But this tree is pretty important because this is going to anchor some of my depth. And in fact, you know what, I like that I did this on accident, because now this grass here actually should be quite a bit darker than this grass because it's under trees. So we actually need to pull, and then maybe back in here there's some clearing, so like these tree shadows don't need to go all the way up and can get a little more fluffy in here where the bridge is gonna be. But I actually like that that's darker now. And we need to, I'm just using the same brush, I'm just adding a little bit of brown to the tips of the bristles, because this part of the pond here does need a bank as well. I don't want it to be absolutely straight. I'm just going to push it up into the green, kind of like, and then we're making it a little bit wider as we come down over here. Again, this is going to be under the bridge, so it's probably not as visible. And then we're going just along the edge, lightening this up a tiny bit here. That's going to be too light. Because the bank has to have this curly depth to it. Okay, so these rocks with the paint drying are actually looking really nice, better than I had hoped. And I'm just about out of this color, this water color. So I'm going to pull that back in now over the rocks. And what I can do, I'm just remixing some of the blue-green. Okay, that's far back. So like it kind of, and it also coming over rocks. So it should be a bit darker, you would think. But I think I'm actually going to go, boy, I really like the shape of those rocks right there. All right, it's coming right across here. And then just splooshing down into the pond right there. And of course, where it splooshes down into the pond, you should have a bit of white foaming, but like from this angle, this distance, it's not going to be a lot. But what we can do is start to make this pond look a bit wetter with a little bit of lighter color. Oh, and you know what? I guess from this angle, oh yeah, I can see a couple lily pad spots. It's good. That's one of the favorite, there's so many things I like about Bloom, the map that I'm painting. One of my favorite things, though, is the water lilies. And I don't mean the lily pads that are floating on the top, but I mean the flowering water lilies that are floating in the pond. And they just add a little something So what I've done is I've grabbed some darker blue and green here, and I'm just gonna mix that in around some of these highlighted areas and just start to make this a little more, oops. Okay. So there's one more piece that's missing here. Sorry, I'm giving the water a bit more depth and a little more character. So like right through here, this is a really dark spot for a couple of reasons. And now I'm going to just move into straight blue. Because here, you've got the shadow of the willow tree. You've also got this kind of darker side of the pond here. So we're just going to put a little bit of that in and just pull it across. I have to be careful that I don't press too hard and make the paint too dry because I'm getting a little bit of the canvas texture. But again, all things we can fix in the fullness of time. So I want this in kind of an arc here. And then as we get into the water, I don't yet know what I'm going to do here. This is very stroked, so I can see the water ripples. Okay, I know what I need to do there. I probably shouldn't fix this quite yet. However, let's just go ahead and see how this looks. If I'm going to darken sort of where the bottom of the babbling brook, thank you, Adochin. Oh, is that Chinara Adhofer? I bet you that is, which is really cool. That's the person who told me that this map has not only beautiful visuals, but custom music. Oh, that's too dark. Too much. But that's okay. We can fix that again, like I said. And I have to be very careful here that these brush strokes are going left to right and not too crooked, especially because I'm looking at this from a crooked angle. And because that will make the water like very strange. Like even at a distance, the water should be following the horizon of light and gravity, right? Okay, again, we can mess around with that. Now, the water up on the rock has got the right shape to it, but it's really hard to see. So I'm going to go ahead and just darken it up a bit. I got to be really careful. Whoops. Is it the first time I've said whoops? I'm not sure. All right, and now before I get too far, I need to put a little bit of highlight on those rocks there. Oh, awesome. That is Chinar Adhofer. It's a very unique YouTube name. So welcome. And this is the first time I've done a live painting of any kind, let alone something in Minecraft. So hopefully it's enjoyable to watch and listen. I'm going to talk a little more about the map in a second. What I'm doing now is I just want to put a lick of brightness on these stones back here. And in fact, have put too much. So I'm using my my built-in map maker tool, the fingertip, to go ahead and just wipe some of that away. And I need to actually fix my shadow that I just ruined here. There. So the amount of white that I put up there, the problem that I have now is it is tilted. It is tilted the top of the rock to the right, and I don't want it to be so tilted. I want it to be a little more flat. In fact, I think this rock up here that I'm touching now is probably going to be the most Minecrafty piece in the map, which is to say that it has flat sort of squarish surface to it. So those of you watching this part may know that this has a hint of Minecraft hitting way in the background, but for the most part it does not. It's mostly got a lot of rounded stuff happening. And I'm pretty sure you won't be able to see this on the screen. I'm not sure, but pretty sure. I'm adding just some more depth to this rock. These rocks, I should say. They're plural. So let's, we can talk a little bit about Bloom itself. And I don't want to give too many spoilers, but this map, available on Minecraft Bedrock for free on the marketplace, it really spoke to me. So I had started this this Minecraft acrylic Minecraft series about a week ago, and then my intention was to stream a little more earlier than today, like a couple days ago, but real life things and other hobbies got in the way. So for example, Monday night I had a poetry group, so I couldn't really get back to it. The map itself came out. It was funny is I don't follow Bedrock except through my friend Jagarbov, who is a Minecraft marketplace map maker that I've been working with for about 10 years on various things. And I know what he's working on and what he comes out with, but I don't really follow the marketplace because I'm just not a Bedrock player. I have played a few maps and beta tested a few maps and so on and so forth in Bedrock over the last couple of years, but I really haven't followed it. I think I know the names of the map making companies of my closer friends, Imagiverse, Nox Crew, Jagarbov Productions. I don't even know if I could name another one. I actually knew the Game Mode 1 name from long ago in a little, was it mods? It had to have been a mod, which added a bunch of additional features to Minecraft. What they called, so back in the day, you used to, and the guys in chat can correct me if I'm misconstruing things. It's been a while for me, but game mode, you used to do /game mode 1 was survival, I think, and game mode 2 was adventure. Game mode 3 was creative. Is that right? I don't know if I got that right. Anyway, they made some moddy things that you could basically enhance your survival experience. All right, what I'm doing on the canvas, just FYI, is some different blues and grays, and I'm trying to shape this a little bit more while I'm waiting for this piece to dry. I know I have to come back to this tree. This is mostly dried up here, so what I want to do now is actually pick up, I want to mix a little bit of this yellow ochre in with my medium green. And by the way, you see I'm just bouncing all over the place, topic to topic. I will probably get back to one or more things I'm saying. But I want to add some highlights into the trees. And I'm going to turn and look at the chat in just a second. I don't think there's too many questions or anything like that I missed. But game mode 1, so I knew of these guys when they made some survival. Oh, great! Oh, game mode 1 is creative. Oh, and Endochid is part of game mode 1. I didn't know that. Very, very cool. Very cool. So game mode 1. I don't know. Maybe I need to go look up my history. She's saying they didn't do mods. There was definitely, maybe it was some maps or something that it would enhance the survival experience. Like it added different things to the game. So what I'm doing, I'm lightening up this tree line here, and that's really going to push this dark set of branches and such into the background. And I used a little more to the tip of the brush up here, and I have some sort of willow looking stuff. So in here I want to do a little bit more forceful, punchy, different size. We got some small and some large tree things going on back in here. Not as much into the deep background. And then I'm actually where's my thing? I kind of rotate my brush a bit as I go. And I even want to go upwards on some of these because I don't want them all to have sort of the clingy downness. That's a technical term, clingy downness, that I'm using here. And then here we need to go really big because this is a closer tree. Oops, I almost put my thing in the wrong paint. So what I'm going to do is just go, and let's see if that helps. The sound effect helps make this pop a bit. And we want to keep some of the dark patches in between, and we want to treasure those little spaces in the depth right through here. We'll leave this, and we'll go right here, just a few. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to put in just some ground cover, because the grass back here is really wild, man. It grows right up into these trees. And I'm even going to grab a little more of the okra, so it's a little lighter right here, just for fun. And then we're going to go back to green a bit more as we go off to the side. I'm going to go on a little different angle with the brush. And back here, maybe it's a little flatter, so it's a little more foggy. And then as we move away from that spot there, it starts to get, some sort of higher bushes and things back in here. And there's some hills and some gradients back in here that are starting to happen in the distance. You may or may not see it. And then we got this cool little glowing patch right here, actually, which wasn't planned to be there, but it ends up taking the eye different places. So this is going to darken a bit as it dries. This is going to darken a bit, and I was going to talk about the map itself without spoilers. So the map that I'm painting a scene from, Bloom. Again, the Minecraft map is by Game Mode 1. It's a team of map makers, and in that map you start off. They have a really nice progression at the beginning. You start off finding a series of garden tools, and learning essentially through doing. They don't have to tell you, which is nice. The way that they did it, they don't have to tell you. Just switching up my brush for something. They don't have to tell you to go in and pick flowers. They do, but they let you learn on your own. So once you get into the map, you're actually going to be choosing what you do, which is what they want you to do, instead of feeling forced down a certain path. And that's a really fun thing to do. It's not always easy when you're creating content, because you're creating Minecraft content for literally at this point millions of players on all different platforms. You have to figure out how they play the game before they even touch it. How they're going to play the game. When are they going to swim underneath a barrier block and get outside of your intended area? And if they do, does it ruin the map, or is it just, well, a little bit unfortunate, but not a huge issue. But moreover, like your main storyline, how do you want them to progress through? So in this game, essentially all you do is you dig the ground, you plant flowers, and you water the flowers, and then you harvest the flowers that you've watered. I'm adding in a little bit of green, just texture, grasses and things, smaller in the back, and then as we get closer, I'll be adding more. And I'm just using this medium green again, so it's going to end up washing out quite a bit. I've got a few touches of the dark green, but nothing major. And now I'm starting to see that, like, where I had roughed in some of this brown and it dried nicely, it now forms this really cool part of the bank that's like up above the water line. So again, I don't want to go too far with this because the tree's going to come in and so on and so forth. But so far I'm pretty pleased with this. So this is almost dry here. So I think I can come back now to this tree. And I was talking about bloom. So the map basically wants you to trim flowers, plant flowers, and as you're doing that, you're eventually getting the flower to a point where it's going to create what they call a clipping or a seed for the next flower. So you can trim, and then you can go plant the trimmed part of the flower. And I said I want this tree trunk right here. And there it is. And now I'm starting to operate off my canvases depth and what do you call this, perspective. Less off the screen. I'm just looking back for certain details that I want to make sure I don't forget to capture. But in the map, you are actually planting flowers and you're arranging them. Then you're gathering pollen, and you use the pollen once they are watered enough, they grow and they pollinate. Then you use that pollen to open up the next areas of your garden. And you're getting more tools, so there's a very iterative nature to it, and you are and then you are taking those tools and breaking down rocks and logs and getting the clutter out of an area that you've already unlocked, but now you can go back through that area a second time and remove the clutter. And once you've removed all the clutter, something else might start to bloom and appear. Now, I have an interesting thing happening here. So I put this tree trunk here, and without really planning to do this, there's some lighter green and yellow here, And it almost looks like this tree trunk is already feeding into the base of its own tree. So I actually want to keep that, but I just want to make the top of it stand out a bit more. So I'm going to go kind of like this. I want to pull this tree a bit away from the background. So I'm actually just going to do that. And this is a rounded, not too big of a tree. It's actually, I think it's actually going to work out okay like that. But it does need a little bit of loving right up under here. We've got kind of a branch off to this side and a branch off to that side. And then the main trunk right there. So I put a little black on there, which is just going to give the shadow. And then I'm looking for the right brown here. I think this will do. So yeah, Bloom, you're unlocking more areas. There are, if you look at their FAQ page, there are some Easter eggs that they sort of hint at. And they say, yep, there are Easter eggs. Altogether, it's so you can have a relaxing experience, and you also can have a, hey, I have a to-do list, and it's sort of I need to check off. Well, yeah, that I just added an accidental root in the back of that tree, which I really like. So it's a super fun map. I'm taking a break to grab a sip of Mountain Dew. Now I really like this section of this painting so far. It came together pretty nicely. I'm pretty happy with that. But I have a long way to go. So over here I've got a, up here I've got a pink tree with a grayish trunk that's sticking up above the top of the tree line. I don't know what kind of tree that is, if that's a Sakura tree or what. But we're going to start to bring some other colors in now that are definitely not just this green. Let's go ahead and put that tree in place. In fact, I think there's two trees there to the upper right of my cursor, right here. I hope you can see it. If not, well, it is what it is. So what I need to do is I need to make up a bit of a, I don't know what you call that, magenta color. And it almost needs to be set into a dark purple background, and then the leaves in front are going to have to be the lighter color. So I think I'm going to take my watercolor and mix it with red, try and get a really purpley purple. This is where my slightly bad lighting is going to give me a little bit of an issue in the room here. I think I've got a purple on the palette, but it kind of just looks like a blue to me. And I have to be careful where I put it because this tree is back behind, it's behind this tree here. Yeah, it is definitely two trees. So there's a tree over here. Oh yeah, that is a really purple. And then there's a tree here. And we're gonna go a bit higher than it is in the map. And again, I'm gonna leave some gaps of that sky color. Well, now I guess this one is in between this tree and the background, by the way I just did that. But that's okay too. Okay. Good. All right, now we need to bring in the white to really lighten this same color up quite a lot, and more of the pink. So I'm doing that on my canvas. I probably was in the middle of talking about something, but again, that's the way this works. And this time I'm putting it on sideways, so I'm almost putting in a whole different shape to this tree. Maybe you can see, I'm not sure, there's a little splot of white that was on my brush there that just got mixed in as well. But I think that actually is going to, and now these two trees are actually blended together. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just add a bit of color on this one, kind of like that, but leave it lighter. And let's bring this one forward a bit more with a bit more light color. With a bit more light color, which yeah, and I don't want to lose all of that pretty background that I built in, but what's going to happen is the contrast over here is going to work out pretty nicely. All right, and now before that goes too far, let's get that straight brush again. I actually like this brush quite a bit. I haven't used this brush a lot. It's flat and straight. And it's actually working out really well for adding in some of these tree trunks. I'm going to take the white from the rocks and some of this purple, and I'm going to just give, there's a branch coming out here. There's kind of the central trunk up through here. And what I've done now is I've just smeared this ugly little spot into the tree. I'm going to let that dry a second, and then I need to put the trunk in that space a little better. Now, this tree here is looking super lost in the background, which is kind of what I expected. So I need to green it up a bit and pull it forward. So unlike Minecraft, where you can just put a block in the background, then put a block in front of it, and because of those natural sort of square outlines, you get this clear depth of field. In painting, you got to really force it. So I'm going to do that here with this tree, which means I'm going right over some of what I liked about it to begin with, but that's okay too. And we'll even pull it down a little bit. This brush is giving it a little too much of a willow texture. I'm really excited about what that's going to look like over here, but it's a little bit too much over there. And then I want to break up a tiny bit of yellow here. I need to find my right colors. And so I'm going to just hit it a little bit here. And I don't want it to look like a brush stroke, so I'm kind of dabbing around. Okay, good. This area is still looking good. This is looking better. We are probably ready for that tree. I'll talk a little bit about why I got into painting. In fact, do I need something other than light here? that works for me, but now I need to fix a little smudge, and it needs to be a dark fix right up here that separates that tree, and that's really going to pull that up. Actually, this needs to be more gray and a little bit less. Well, I'm excited now about this change that I'm about to make. This needs to be gray, not so purple. About 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I don't know now, 2 or 3 years ago, I've just suddenly lost track of time. 2019, I went to India for work, and on that long flight overseas, I was looking around on their video system for different options to watch. You know what? I'm gonna try to pull a little bit of yellow into this tree trunk and see what happens. I was looking for stuff to watch, and I saw Bob Ross as an option. I said, "Oh, you know, I remember watching this guy as a kid sometimes, and I've heard of him in memes recently, but I couldn't at that moment. I couldn't tell you anything about his style, his sayings, anything. And I just started watching, and I was so taken in by what I was seeing that I said, "Oh my gosh!" When I land and I get home, the first thing I want to do is get some oil paints. In fact, I didn't even know he was doing oil painting at the time, and I want to try to paint. Can I do that? He said I can do this too. Can I do that? Let's try it. And so I kind of got the bug right then and there. And it took me a couple months before I did anything about it because life just kind of got in the way. And then I searched online. So I think this was around September, maybe it was July of 2019. I just searched online for painting classes because I thought, you know, I need to do this in a classroom setting. And so I've got a bit of pink on the brush, but still too much white popping through here. Paint could go onto this tree, which is not quite happening for me. And I went to I found these classes near me called Paint and Sip, where you basically are supposed to chill out and have a fun time, and there's an instructor at the front, and there's 20 people all painting some reference image. I said, well, okay, I'll sign up for that. And basically, it wasn't even until I got there and started painting that I realized these are acrylic paints, and this is not the Bob Ross technique, and this is not what I was seeing, but that's okay. I made a painting. I actually took my sister there for her birthday, and we did a version of a Monet Impressionist painting called Wonderland. For those of you who know my artistic projects and talents, that's right up my alley. So we did Wonderland, and it turned out really nice. And I was like, okay, I can wait till the next class, or I can try to do this on my own. So I bought some art supplies, and then what I started doing, I've really messed up this tree now, or I should maybe I've enhanced the tree. I'm not sure yet, but it's going the wrong way from where I want it to go. because it's starting to again blend here, and it lost some of that darkness that I built into it. So I'm just reshaping it. I'm actually probably pulling it closer back towards the map with the pinks, but I did lose a lot of that, what I liked about it. And now it's, instead of being sort of very multi-textured, it's all sort of blended into one flat tree with colors on it. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take a bit of paper towel and dab some of this off. Just going to dab some of this off. I'm going to go back a step. I'm going to re-add some of the dark base to it. I think this guy back here is probably okay. This one lost a lot. And we're just going to do that, and then we're going to right away pick up more of the 4 color and put that back on the spots that I just put on. So I'm actually now ending up with a more purpley tree, but again, that's okay. This little guy is a little different than what you saw, and we're going to make him a little less round. There's something here that I don't want to lose, though, so I'm not going to cover that up. There. What I'm a little bit worried about is if this pinkish purple thing now is looking too close compared to this tree down here. So what I probably need to do, and in fact is looking like it's now in front of this tree line, which is okay. I need to put a little bit of darkness in here. And I need a little more back in here. And here. And then I need to go a little bit back onto this tree and pull it forward just a bit more. And I've lost the trunk. Almost completely at this point. So let's do that again. We need a teeny tiny. So this is where I get caught up a bit, is I don't want a ton of detail. You don't need a ton of detail in the background. You just need the suggestion of colors and shapes. And I get a little bit too caught up in the very fine, minute details sometimes. This guy needs to come forward a bit more. So we're going to add the darks. And I didn't add them unique or completely throughout. And we're going to add the lights back on top now. We'll do the midtones of the greens. I don't know what I'm talking about, but it sounds right to me. Back. Here, leave some of that dark that I just made. Yeah, and I should go off this way a little bit. So where's that dark again? It'll be a little bit less rounded than it was. That's okay too. And we don't want the dark to look like it's on the top of the tree, because that doesn't make as much sense unless there's a light down below. So we need to pull the darkness back up. I'm spending definitely way too much time on a part of the painting that I said I thought was good earlier in the stream. That's just how it is. Okay. We're gonna let that dry. And let's see. We've got the purple tree. I want... Oh, so game mode 1. He mentioned that I grew some agave outside of. Let's switch to the Minecraft a little bit here. Oh, and I realized the stream is really blurry, or the painting is really blurry for you guys. I'm gonna see if I can correct that a little bit, but that's gonna be the best I can do. That's gonna be the best I can do for now. Let me show you part of the world actually. Now you're gonna laugh. So Game Mode 1 mentioned that he liked the agave. So I actually did. I was messing around with. Actually, I can go over here and show you. I stole these stairs from your cottage. I started making my initials in this flower bed over here because I was just extremely I don't know, feeling goofy at that point. And then, but I'll show you my greenhouse. So I basically have the blue wing. Now you're going to notice this is all different colors now, because at one point I thought it would be more efficient to just trim down and cut out all of my bushes or plants, trees, flowers, whatever they're called, completely, and then just put them back and then get them back to the point where they can grow pollen again. So I ripped them all out, but this was the blue wing, so all the blues and agave colors and whites were here, and then the center was my reds and oranges and yellows, and then this wing was my pinks and purples. It's a little bit mixed up now, but that's just because I got lazy. And then what's the best way to go? I did trim out these trails after a point. And I know I'm running really fast through here. What I did up here is I cleared out this whole area and I put in my own sort of hedges. I actually never finish the middle part, but I wanted to do these three colors. What is it? Magenta? Is it magenta? Not maroon. Magentas and oranges, but then mix in a few little highlights. And I love, one of the flowers I like most in your map is the pampas grass. You can't grow it in the tilled soil, but you can place it on grass. So I've got that as the centerpiece, and then I was going to build out from there. I didn't quite finish this. And then I think those are the only two areas that I really customized. I just love how dense a lot of this grass is, so I left left as much of it as I can. But just while I'm out running around, I'll show you the other piece that I just absolutely love. And I've forgotten how to walk apparently. I don't love the barrier blocks at this point, but that's okay. I guess I could have gone. So I don't know what you guys call this back here, by the way. This ruined courtyard area. I don't know if this was at all inspired by Dire Maul from World of Warcraft, but particularly like this stretch of water and lilies through the marble arches, like just really captured my interest. And just I call it Dire Maul. So these flowering water lilies, man, I like them so much. I really wish that you could transplant these to other places in the map, but they don't go anywhere. But yeah, that pampas grass is the absolute best. I love that you have so many different kinds of vines and willow textures like that. Like I wish every Minecraft world looked like this thick of foliage. And oh, cattails. Like so basically I really like the non-flowers, I guess. The flowering shrubs, I don't know what you call them. But there's a couple other angles that I considered for painting. I think this would make a nice shot here. I guess I can show you a couple things I thought of painting if I can remember. This corner right here with the light post and then a path kind of disappearing off to the right, I think would make a nice shot right there. And it's got a little pink, a little red, and a little yellow, orange and yellow, just kind of mixed into all the green. There's a spot in the... I like this view, just looking through with the glass. I'm super intimidated to paint any kind of structure. There's too much straight lines and glass here, though. I don't think I can do that yet. This is really... This walkway is really cool if I could get the blue willow. So maybe like... Yeah, see, I can't quite get the right angle to get the willow framed by the walkway, the path. But like this creek across, like right here would be perfect in my mind. And then I think it was over here. Something like this maybe, looking across the bench. Whoops. There. At the willow. Or I don't even know if that's a willow. I don't know what that's called. I thought would make a nice... That in itself, just this view here of the greenhouse through the arch is great. Yeah, so there's so many scenes in here that you could very easily paint. I feel like there was another one that I had in mind, but maybe not. Anyway, you get the idea. I don't think I customized much else of this world, although oh yeah, I love the gazebo with the pond and the koi fish. This right here was another shot I was thinking of painting. I'm a little bit intimidated by the light source and the guilt that I killed one of the fish. So if I painted it with the fish missing, it would feel weird. The only other thing that I really did is when I was going through trying to find all the clutter, I was completely trimming all the grass out of sections I've already been down, so I remember where I've been and not been. I don't know. To me, that's just kind of amusing. But all right, I think the canvas behind me should have dried a bit, and we can go back to what I was painting. I was talking about how I got into painting. So Bob Ross on a plane, basically. And I watched about like I don't know, at least a dozen, if not 20 Bob Ross episodes. Then I got home and then I ended up watching a ton more that I DVR'd off of Xfinity. And let's put it like that. Boy, I can't quite get the webcam to focus. I need to figure out for future paintings how I'm going to get this to look right. But you can see the little tree here looks okay. But then when my hand is here, it actually looks the correct depth. But when I pull it away, the pink tree up at the top starts to it starts to dominate. Now, in person, it's not so bad. I'm going to leave it for now. I need to figure out what I'm going to do about that. But I actually want to start putting in this yellow and red tree back here. So what I think I'm going to do, and I'm just looking at my screen here and thinking aloud. I think what I'm going to do, oh shoot, I kicked the canvas, is I'm going to go with the yellow tree first. And now the yellow tree is, so this tree is kind of fat and round. I have failed to capture the shape of this tree, but I'm going to leave this one just for now because the more I touch it, I've lost kind of the sky in between the two trees and some other stuff. I don't want to mess that anymore. I want to put this tree in here. So I'm actually going to start with and I don't know if so I'm doing this by instinct, not really learned techniques. But I think I need to first rough the shape of the tree. And because I'm going to end up doing yellow, and I do want some of the green to show through, but I'm gonna rough it out with a white. And I think I'm actually gonna use that flat brush to do it this time. And let's just see what happens. So I'm going to put white down first because white is going to create. I think it should create a pretty decent opaqueness. And this tree needs to be quite a bit forward of that. It needs to be right about here. But my red tree is going to go here, so I'm going to cheat a little bit, and I'm going to stick this one here. Now let's go this way with the brush. Oh yeah, I put really thick white on here. And it's going to go like that, and it's going to have an upper part, which is going to be a little bit separated. But it's all one tree. And we need to go back this way to make these not so... they're looking a little rounded now. I think that'll do. I'm actually going to put in the tree trunk since I've got white on this brush. And I want this to be a little thicker than that one. Ugh. Not that thick. That's okay. We're going to end up covering up the bottom, but we need to flare it just a little. So, believe it or not, And I know you can't quite see it the same as I'm seeing it, but that is a tree. You know, when I had been messing around with this pink and purple cherry blossom tree, and I had put a little bit of gold in the trunk, and then I kind of lost that. I'm going to put that back. I'm just going to put that back here. Just the hint of it. And up here. Yeah. You probably can't see it on the picture or on the webcam. I apologize for that. I need to, I don't know, I had an idea, like, can I hook my iPhone up to my PC and use it as a webcam? Because I think it's going to get a lot better resolution than what I had. I've got some yellow ochre on the brush, and there's still some clumps of whiteness here, but I'm just gonna go in and toss those up, punch those up a bit, and I'm doing it in a vertical stroke. So now this tree looks really strange, the structure of it, but we're gonna have at least one more layer of color over top of that. That's gonna pull it all together in a bit. And the trunk of that tree, it is a birch. I'm okay. I think I'm okay with the way it looks, the green kind of showing through. But I'll go ahead and add in with my really thin brush, or well, my normal size brush. In this case, a black sort of birchiness. Okay, so in the Minecraft version, there's actually a dark shadow on the left because of this light being projected from a lamp over here. I don't have that consistent light source yet in this painting, but I think I'm going to leave it this way. Mine's going to have the shadow off to the right. Oh, and I have blue on this brush. That would have been interesting. Oh, you know what I am going to... Here's what I'll do. I'll do a little bit of blue and white. I'll do a little bit of blue and white on this side of the tree. And that's actually going to be pretty nice. It's going to pull it out, and then we've got kind of a knot happening here. You probably won't be able to see it, but there's a knot happening. And then I thought that was my black, but it was my blue. So good thing I didn't go too far. I think this is my black. We're going to just start to birch it a little bit. And this is really... Oh, again, I'm using blue. Huh. Okay, interesting. This is a part that I'm really nervous about, because you can get too little or too much and it will just really look strange. So now what I've got is I've got some blue streaks on the trunk of the tree, and then I need to actually blacken those up. I thought I had black on my canvas, but it's just a really dark blue. And here's my black. Or sorry, I mean on my palette. Alright, so for those of you who've been watching, it's been just at the 2-hour mark. hope it's interesting. Hope it's interesting. If nothing else, you get to see something you probably have never seen anyone do in Minecraft before, which is like really my ultimate goal. Or maybe not in Minecraft in this case, but with Minecraft. Okay, now the black is really pulling the blue out. That's working for me. I need to see it when it's dry. And this is very wet right here. So should we put in some red? Okay. Your tree on the right side of the red tree, it's picking up the light from the bottom, and you can see some really cool darkness happening as it goes upwards. I think what I will do is I'm going to start with a darker red, and I'm going to do a little bit of red and black. It almost has an orange glow to it in from the angle and the time of day. By the way, after I completed the map, I did go and switch the map into not creative mode, but I turned on cheats so that I could pause the time, obviously, and I've set it to midnight. But all of the items, everything that I have in the map is still preserved. I have not, believe me, if you can, cheated anything in. Now here's the path. So the bridge is going to be here. So this red tree is going to be right off to the side. And boy, I think this is the right thing to do. I think I should start like this. Whoops, I missed the canvas completely. That's not how I should start for sure. But I want it to kind of start from a central point and kind of not like a pine tree triangle outwards, but I do want it to come out from a boy, where did I just lost the oh, there it is, the color that I mixed. I want it to kind of triangle out a bit like the shape of this tree that you see in the Minecraft map itself. And now here I've actually accidentally picked up a bit more of the bright red, which is working out okay. So let's continue that trend as we go back up the tree now. And we're not going to go all the way to the top. We're going to leave a little bit of this. Background showing through the tree in between the branches. That's a pretty good start, I think. That's a pretty good start. Now this guy here is going to be very bright. So I really need to pop this one forward, because now this guy is the and I'm learning as I go, right? So this is right now right in my face. And in fact, some of these little black spotches are too thick, making it look closer to me because you shouldn't be able to see that much detail. So I'm actually gonna doctor some of these here. And this may make it look a little weird until it dries. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah. So now I'm getting too. Oh yeah, that was a bad idea. Oh, actually, you know what? No, it's not, because from this distance, what's happening is I'm pulling up some of the blue on accident. But from this distance, you shouldn't actually see all of those marks so clearly. It should look more of like just a striped-ish kind of tree. And again, you have the impression of those stripes. Maybe it has a little root going off this way. I think that's actually gonna make the tree much better in the long run. This is still too wet. I've got way too much paint right here. Let's use this to get that process going a bit faster. And as I kind of do this around, it's actually leaving some weird little trimmings hanging off the tree. So it's a very unkept tree. I need to figure out, so yours is actually more orange. This tree right here has got more orange in it than I thought. I was going with a real yellow, but it actually needs a bit of red in there. And I've been apparently using up my my paper towel here way more than I normally do. I need a moment to mix in some of this really yellowy yellow with a little bit of red. So I was talking about Bob Ross on a Plane, which is, by the way, the title of a poem that I wrote, sort of an ode to that. And what I did was I just took a bunch of his sayings and literally just rearranged them and reworded them until I got something that I liked. Now, you're going to see this orange start to mix with the yellow below because I got quite a bit of water on this brush right now. But what's going to happen is it's going to dry. And there's some interesting things happening with some of the darker and lighter spots. I'm actually going to move my game window for a second because I want to look at what it looks like on the stream for you guys. Whoops. Stedo has joined. Stedo Fire. Oh yeah, you really can't see it on the stream. I apologize for that. It for you it really just looks like a cloud of yellow and orange, but I do swear it probably looks better in person. There's a lot of fine brush splatter happening around this tree. It's really making this tree stand out. Now, again, this tree here is a little bit lost in this background because I used the same color. I'm going to try something. So this is a night scene. I've got this cyan happening up here. Why don't I go back and pull some of, well, no, I better not do that. I kind of want to pull some of the cyan into these trees back here. But what I'm afraid of is because I've already got this tree in the foreground, it's going to lose it, and then it's going to be really hard for me to do that over on this side. But for sure I can fix a couple things I see over here. So yeah, Stedo, this is the map by Game Mode 1 build team. This is called Bloom. It's on Minecraft Bedrock. It's a free map available on the Minecraft Marketplace. So anybody can go out and download and play this game. If you don't already have Minecraft on your PC or whatever you play it on, it's super, super easy to get a hold of. It really is. All right, I'm going to go for this. I'm taking a little bit of blue and mixing it with this green, just a little bit. And I'm going to pull some of it down into here. And let's just see what happens. You're not even really seeing it, to be honest. So we'll do a little bit more of the blue. I don't want it to look like the same shade as the water and the sky. I just want it to kind of augment a bit back here. And I really want it to pull this tree forward. That's my main goal. So doing it through here is the most important bit. And I think it's actually going to end up, yeah. So I just need something right here to pull this tree all the way forward without going too light. Without going too light. Well, maybe I just put a little bit of white in my green and pull it forward with the white. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I know why I didn't want to do this, because this is going to take away from the willow tree, which is also going to have a lot of white in it. So, we'll see. We'll see where we go with this. I don't know if Stedofire is a longtime painter or a new painter. Well, that definitely pulls it forward. So I'm glad about that. But I do know that Stedofire has dabbled around with some painting recently. He shared a painting with me that was really nice on our Discord. I'm gonna let this one sit. This guy is sit. This red is sit. So now I'm gonna start going back over to the red. And this time I'm just gonna take pure red. We're just gonna go straight red, nothing else in it. And let's just see what happens when I start putting this on top of this tree here. It's going to dry lighter than what you're seeing it, or sorry, darker. It's going to blend in more. And I'm going to go kind of on a bit of an angle. Let's go on this angle here, actually, because I don't want all of this. We're going to go right over the top of that little guy. I don't want this to have all these trees to have the same brush stroke, in case you see some of it. That's pretty good, actually. And I really want to get some orange on the right side of this one. So now I'm going to pick up some of this orange right in here, mix it with the red, and go to town over here. Because you don't know it, but I know it. There's this orange glow on this right side because of this light off the canvas here. And in fact, it's highlighting the underside of the tree. So let's put this orange along the bottom. Let's just see what this looks like. It's going to pull the tree upwards a bit, I think. So some of these closer up branches, we're just going to put some lighter undercarriage primer. And let's just pull it up and see what happens. I lost some of the orange, so I'm going to make a little bit more. I am just using acrylic. So as I was talking about Bob Ross, he uses an oil technique. He calls it wet on wet. And in my mind, you know, as I watched all of his videos, I was kind of learning his technique, or at least visualizing learning his technique. And then I started painting with these acrylics, and I realized very quickly, like, oh, that's not going to work. And that's not going to work. And that's not going to work. All right, so we've got kind of a bit of depth going on this tree. It looks pretty good, I think. We need a trunk. This is a brown trunk. Oh, this trunk back here. That trunk needs a little bit of love. We need to pull a little bit of color into that trunk. And I think it's going to be, we've got red, we've got pink, we've got yellow. So we've got kind of a map that goes like this. It makes sense in my mind. I don't know if I'm getting it across. So I actually want this trunk to come out a little bit on the color map. And so I'm doing a reddish brown. I'm just adding just a bit on one side of the trunk. Oh, this turned out really nice. This birch trunk here. I will take a I'll take a photo of this and include it when I put this on YouTube or whatever. I guess the VOD will be around just for a little while. But I see a couple of spots in the tree that now that I've got it pulled away from the back, I can do a little bit of accenting safely. That is black. I may need a moment to kind of refresh my palette because I got paint all over it now. I'm really bad at palette management and mixing. That's something I need to learn. I was hoping to actually pick up a local community college class on painting techniques, well, on painting anyway, in general. And COVID has prevented that from happening. So everything I'm doing is really just doing it on my own and just kind of figuring it out. I need to be careful here because I don't want to, I want to add some shadow that creates depth without going over all of the lightness that I built into this sucker. And then I gotta stop touching this tree once and for all. There. That's a little better. This guy here needs a little touching. Everybody needs a little touching once in a while. This guy particularly needs some touching right now. It's got some really pretty reds going on in here, but there. Some of the trees behind it weren't coming through anymore. And so what happens is it starts to just look like an opaque blob of a tree. You really get a lot from the holes in your painting. So, you know, I don't know if you guys are into jazz at all, but a lot of jazz is supposedly about the rests and what you don't hear, the space in between the notes. Well, a lot of nice trees are nice because you can see between their leaves. All right, we're going to leave that one alone. We're going to leave the red alone. I think this is still, oh, you know what? We're going to pop, we're going to pop the red one just a tiny bit more. So we're going to do a little more yellowy red. Just a tad. Just a tad. And again, hopefully this doesn't screw it up. Right here. Right here. And over here. Yeah, that's better. Whoa. There. Okay. All right. I was going to do a trunk over here, which is going to be a lighter version of what I just put in here and has now dried into that. So I guess the problem I'm having with that tree trunk is it's drying into the dark and it's just making dark on dark. So if I really want to make a difference here, I've got to go light. I've got to put something lighter. That. All right, let's put this guy in. So this one is just a dark one to there. I think this is going to get covered by the bridge. And then we need to... Oh, Adochin probably is gone. Thank you for watching. And game mode 1. Awesome. Just catching up on some stream activity there. Okay, I want to get a little bit of hint of branches in this tree. Actually, first, I want it to occlude this guy a little bit more here. Just a little bit, so you can really feel it in the front. Okay, the tree, this one is going to need, this one needs something. What it needs is darkness, not throughout the whole tree, but definitely here where the trunk disappears up into the tree. It needs a little shadow, and then we can pull this down into the tree a bit, and we can make like a knot, and then we can go like that and just really pull out the right side of the tree. Oh, which is funny because that's where I said the light's coming from, but this one's lit on this side, so is this one. Anyway, it's all make-believe. It looks good. I'm still stressing about this guy over here, just not popping out. So let's try a little yellow on the branches. Just going to keep bringing it forward till it gets where I want. All right, now these trees are great, but I don't necessarily want to see them just end in the ground. I need some kind of grasses. Oh, what did I just do? I need some kind of grasses and stuff. So I'm mixing up some white, some yellow, and some medium green that I can just kind of give some foliage at the base of these trees. And we'll leave some of it sticking out, but we're gonna hide some of the, and we're gonna do sort of horizontal swaths of just some foliage mixed in. And we're gonna taper it off at one end. And we're kind of letting, when I'm mixing on the palette, I'm sort of mixing to a color that I want, but I'm leaving some other colors in and around and behind to kind of just make it an uneven color. So it's not a pure color. It's like, depending on how the brush hits the canvas, it's going to have little tufts of different other stuff happening as well. And as I get down in here, these are going to be bigger tufts. But again, there's this bridge that I still haven't even started on. So we're gonna be here a little bit longer. The bridge is stressing me out. I think this is okay. This tree is a bit too round. This tree ended up a bit too round. So I'm gonna go all the way back to my purples and my whites over here on my palette. And I'm going to go up a bit more. Just a bit. And let's go kind of, this will give me an opportunity to reshape this sucker and actually put in some other things happening in this tree. And maybe it even goes off over here a little bit. Yeah, see, this is too rounded for me. There. Now it looks like a hand or something. There. A little taller is better. That's what I needed. And then we're going to go with a little bit more of the white now to highlight it up just a bit on those newly added spots. And it's letting a lot more light shine through from the trees behind it. Sorry if I got a bit quieter there. Something happened here and here. And then we're using my built-in tool. Pretty good with that. All right, we have, so the same way that I put in a bunch of little foliage here, I need to do that across all of this. But first, I want to make it a little bit better over on the right-hand side. We're going to add a little more. It's not quite showing up for me. That's a little better. There, and then around this tree. I went a little bit more of the yellow this time. Oh, and in fact, here we go. Punch this grass up here too. We need to pull this bank in. Let's work on this bank for a second. Let's go back to the brown. I'm doing green and red and yellow. I'm just playing around with them a bit till they get to the brown that I want. Because I want to put just a bit more lightness here down on this part of the bank. just kind of in there and in here and in here. Maybe a little bit down here. You won't see this part though too much. Okay, and now on the top of the bank, I'm going to go in with the darker green. To start, and I'm just gonna, way too much in the brush. I'm just gonna pull this grass sort of down over the edge of the bank. And that's not gonna do too much yet. But once I get the bridge and then fix this up a bit, and then over here. Okay, so I said I was gonna do this part. This bit here. Oh, the custom music just stopped. I gotta look back and make sure the game's still going for you guys. So much happening on the screen, I know. Alright, I've got some green, medium green, some dark green, and some ochre going on the brush right now. And we're going to have a lot of this covered by the tree, but start to just kind of grass it up a bit. And we'll end up losing some of this really cool terrain that I roughed in, but if I'm careful where I put this, it won't be too bad. Alright. I don't want to go too far on that just yet. We've got some other bushes at the base of the tree. There's a bit over here, there's a bit of a stone wall. I'm actually not going to incorporate that into this picture. I really love the way these rocks turned out. And we're going to put a touch of white here. Again, where the water is kind of spilling down. Just a bit. And we'll put just a bit of white. It's too white. I need some blue white. Some blue white along the shore. Just to give it a little, just a little hint of a shoreline here. Don't want to go too much. All right. So this isn't bad. This bridge, the tree I'm not too worried about. The ground clutter I'm not as worried about. I should be. The bridge is really worrying me. So let's go for it. Let's go for the bridge. I think what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to start with a really dark, just mix of crap on the palette here. So it'll hopefully be a brownish. Maybe some black and some yellow ochre. Predominantly a little bit of red in here. And I'm going to do the basic structure of the bridge. Whew! This is scary as heck right now. All right, so there is a sort of arched footpath thing happening here. Like that. And then it goes across. And the top section is going to be a lot brighter. Oh, it needs to actually terminate at my trail, right? That would make sense. And what happens at the far end of the bridge? So I actually wanted this bridge to go all the way off the screen, but it's not gonna happen with the scale that I've got going on here. Oh, So this bridge goes off the screen. Let's do it. I can always paint over this entire canvas if I need to. So let's do it. This is wider. And again, I'm just putting in the shape in the darks, and then I'll end up lightening and detailing on top of it. So it doesn't have to be perfect right now. And it certainly isn't. The black plus yellow ochre is actually making quite a nice brown. I need to remember that for the future. I don't want to lose the angle here. But I actually want to pull it out this way. I actually want it to come all the way up like this. Boy, that hmm. Before I before I settled on and thought of painting this subject from Bloom, the free Minecraft map on the marketplace, I actually thought of uh, thought of painting one of those shipwrecks. I'll leave it at that in Minecraft, and I started sketching it out in my sketchbook. And wow, is it tough? It will be very tough to do that. It will be very tough to do that. All right, so I think what I've got now is a mess. And I'm trying to visualize this without any of the 3D-ness built into it, but I've got a post here. So let's just keep going. I've got a post here, which is obviously already in. And we've got the same size post up here. My brush is getting too dry. So it needs to be the same height and thickness as this one. And then, man, there's going to be too many posts here. And it's going to conflict with that tree. And then those posts have a railing which should overhang here. And then do the same thing over here, which we can't quite see it because of all the colors. So, but that's the rough shape of the bridge. Now that is definitely not the best part of this painting. That is not very good in my mind. That is problematic. Okay, that's fine. We'll work with it. So I'm going to now add a bit of a lighter color. And let's see if this idea works. We're going to do horizontal boards across like this. And we're going to turn the brush a bit and make them like that. And then we're going to go even lighter across here. Like that. We're going to square them off with a beam. And a beam. On the top of the beam there. Oy vey, that is not doing it for me. Okay, so we need a little red mixed into our boards there. And we need to really highlight the underside of each one as it goes across. And then I think what I need to do, I need this part to be lighter. This top right here and here. All right, it's getting there. It's getting there. I think this bridge is going to be the part that I hate about this painting, but that's all right. There is a fun way to fix it, which is just to put enough foliage here to cover it up so you don't really see what's going on. All right, so now that I've got the walking planks in place, I need to put these pillars back in on this side. And they really, so what happens to them? They're on the outside. Stedo reminds me, brown is just orange that's darker than its surroundings. I don't know, somehow I've always found brown to be green and red mixture. But I like that idea that it could just be an orange. I don't have an orange paint. I've been kind of mixing up something approximating an orange with reds and yellows. But we'll see. Maybe I'm learning something today. And I only need to really highlight a bit on the bridge. That's not turning out too bad, actually. Because again, oh man, yeah, the geometry is all wrong. The geometry is all wrong. Boy. Oof. Oof. Don't look. Don't look. Okay, I know what I need to do. Now we need to go even lighter and really get the outline of this thing. Here's the front end of the boards. That's pretty straightforward. The tops need more definition. I hold my breath when I do this. Which I find amusing. Oh, whoops. Okay, it's coming along little by little. It's evolving. I don't know what happened down here, but we can use that through there. And we can use this through here. Whoops. Good thing I didn't have a lot of paint on my brush because it just wavered quite a bit. Boy, I'm not sure. Good thing a lot of the people left the stream already. It's not as bad as it was, but it definitely looks like paint on a canvas instead of like a picture of a bridge. So I'm going to end up bushing a lot of this in here, I think. We'll see what happens to it. I don't want to get totally lost in this bridge right now. I need to let it soak a little bit, if you will, and make sure that the other elements are working for me, like this happy little path. Now needs to kind of come to life a little bit more. And I'm just using this yellow ochre on top of the brown. And it's working pretty good for me. It's working pretty good for me, but I needed this to widen out a bit to match the bridge. Such. I'm using my fine brush here. I don't know if that's the best one to use for this. Alright, that'll work. Bridge is drying okay. We've got something weird happening at the base of this birch tree. So we're going to fix that up by just going pew, 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 pew. There's a little bush thing happening down here. Maybe there's some more back over here. It's just little somethings happening back in through here, like that. This one got fixed by the tree, so all good there. Adding a little contrast here and there. I know what's needed back by those rocks. Back by those rocks, we need some cattails. Some reeds and cattails, which are a prominent part of the Minecraft map. Well, a subtle part of the Minecraft map. Bloom by Game Mode 1. And we're doing some white and some yellow ochre. Very simple back in here. Reeds around these rocks. And over here. I'm just going to do a little bit like that. And we should put some over here to fill this space in a bit. And break up a little bit of this color of the bridge. We're going to disguise the bridge with some by putting reeds behind it. Some reeds and some cattails. I love cattails. I grew up around a ton of cattails. If you're curious about that, I don't know why you would be, but the area that I grew up in, I started a Minecraft series a couple years ago. It's not finished yet. Recreating some of my childhood neighborhood and some of the old haunts where I had my first adventures as a little guy. And as a big, up until high school, got a little old for some of that. Got distracted by other things, but those memories have always been really, really strong. Playing kickball, playing what we used to call Indiana Jones, which was really just running around in the tall grasses and hiding from each other. And kind of like hide and seek tag. We played so much hide and seek tag in every form you could possibly think of back in the day. So Steadofire asked that you can find for free on the Minecraft Marketplace. So yeah, this map called Bloom is free for the Bedrock Edition. It's part of a set of maps. Suburbia by Jigarbov Productions is another awesome one there. And Nox Crew did one, which I believe is, I think it's a remake of Terra, or a port of Terra Swoop Force, which I think was a Java map that they now ported over to Marketplace. And Mojang basically for Christmas did a bunch of free maps that you can just go and download and play on Bedrock. And so I said, well, that's a perfect price point for me. And then I saw Bloom, and I was like, oh, yeah, let's try it. So do you remember back in the old original Java days, a set of, maybe it was command blocks called Game Mode 1 that you would add to your world, and it would augment your survival? I tried to search for it, and I can't find it anymore. But I feel like that's the original way that I heard of these guys, Game Mode 1, way back in the day. They were just little things that you could put into your world. To make it a little different in survival. Alright. We've got some stuff happening here. I actually think this needs a bit of green. Now, what I should do is probably take a little break because I've been painting quite a while, but I'm going to go a bit longer. May regret it. We'll see. I'll go just a little bit more. I think the bridge is okay. I'm going to stick something here to partially obscure it, but I think it works for me. I think it's okay. Overall, I'm noticing that this acrylic and on this particular canvas is looking very flat. Even though I added a bunch of what I thought texture to it, it's not quite popping out, and I'm not sure exactly what I want to do about that without muddling it up too much. But like, it seems very flat. I have to be careful because back here, this is in the distance, so I don't want too much detail, but here needs to have like clear bunches of stuff happening. So I've added a little brown, and then I'm going to go lighter on top of it. And it's under this tree here, so if it's too dark, that's okay too. Right? Because we've got the shadows happening. All right, let's stop on that side. Just reading the chat. Let's stop on that side. Let's go. I think this is okay across here. This is going to get covered by the willow tree and the ground cover. So I think, well, and I need to make sure I have enough room for this statue dude too. He's going to cover this. So I think I'm good over through here. I think I'm going to be good over here. So let's go ahead and let's put in the big tree. We'll use this brush. We're going for a marathon, boys and girls. I chose a subject with a lot of different details, and because I'm not that great at painting yet, I'm sort of probably spending more time going over and over certain parts that I could have just been done with very quickly. So this is a big tree. It's got to be big enough to take this whole space, but leave enough white over here for the guy. So we're gonna go something like this. Oh, that brush is so dry. Fix that. 1 second. Okay, and it goes up in the picture on the screen. It goes up and off. So we'll let it do that. What happened there? And then it's got a branch going out to the right, which kind of needs to arc up like this in my version. And it can kind of disappear out there. And it's got, so this is going to be thick. I think I'm going to end up going right to there. I like what's happening already with this tree's trunk. It's got some color in it. Whoops. Well, yeah, I'm going to end up going right to the edge of the screen here. Screen? What am I talking about? Canvas. As it widens out down here. But that's fine. That's fine. The aspect ratio of Minecraft in my screen is clearly much wider than my canvas, which is a 16 by 20. And very different than what you get what you get in a 1280 by 720. I don't know what the equivalent is. All right, this one goes up like this. And maybe it even goes, no, it doesn't go off the screen. It stops up here. Like that. That's a long branch. That thickness isn't right. It needs more support below here. There, better. Okay, trunk is okay. We're gonna have a bunch of stuff hanging down here. Okay, there's another one coming off back here, farther back. That. And one going off this way, which you can't really see. So let's just put a little interesting stuff happening in this tree trunk. There's going to be a knot here, and some stuff happening on this side. This is all going to get fixed. We're putting in some light up across the top of it. And we really need to darken in between here where the branch sort of comes out from the tree without making it too standoffish, if you will. Losing our knot here. Let's fix that guy. Okay, there's going to be ground clutter there, so let's leave the tree for now. There's probably some other branches doing things up in here, but really not a ton. It's because of the nature of this kind of tree. Doesn't seem to have a ton of extra branches. Put in a couple there. All right, this is going to frame all of this and really push it. Oh, hey, this is actually looking pretty good. Let's put some shadows under the bridge railing here. It would help if I actually had paint on my brush. And I'm using the wrong brush for this, but the tip is a nice point right now, so I think it'll be okay. We're just gonna put a little bit of shadow in here under the railing. Wow, I actually like that. I'm pretty happy with that bridge. I was really skeptical. I was really nervous that these are not going to look right in 3D. But you know what? Works for me. At least from this angle. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay. Whoa, that just completely helped everything going on in this picture right now. I think what I need to do is some of the willows hanging down in the back here. And let's do that. Let's have some fun with this brush. Welcome, Bethela UWU and Genulot. Thank you. I'm really sorry that the way that I've got my webcam, it's focused about as much as I can, and it's really. I'm gonna look into upgrading my tech. Oh, we got a little koi fish swimming under the bridge. I don't know if you can see it on the stream. It's looking very different in person than it does on the stream, and I will at the end take a picture of this and kind of share it so that folks who couldn't sit through the whole process, I don't know why you'd want to, can see everything. What I'm about to do now is put some whitish green, really light green stuff up in this tree, and let's see what happens. These are going to be the willow things coming off the back of the tree. So the problem I have, I actually need to make them whiter than normal because all this green here is going to totally blend in, and in fact, you probably can't even tell that there's a branch here different from the background of the tree line because of the resolution. But I can see it, and it's very problematic. So I need to go pretty light colored, and in fact, this is where I should mix in some of the blue into the willow tree because it's not green. It's kind of it's capturing some of that skylight from the cyan from the skylight up above. But I don't want it too blue like the water either. So I really gotta find just the right hue. I think this is gonna be too dark, but let's put some of this in close to the tree. And I'm just gonna kind of wiggle the brush down as I go and get some. Let's see. It looks like the ones in the back go down pretty far. This is working out, I think. This is going to be good. Oh, there's this other branch here that's really going to be even lower. And we got some stuff coming off that one like this. Right down across the pond. And right down through here. Well, I'm getting a lot of mileage out of this the amount of paint I put on this brush. I was not sure. And we'll go like a little lighter and thinner in between. So we're trying to create a little bit of depth, even in these willow switches or whatever they're called. All right, so that's the lower branch. I don't want to touch these rocks because I really like the way those rocks came out. Now we want to put some stuff coming off the upper part of the branch. So I'm grabbing some more. Whoops. I just mixed in too much blue. So I got to pull in some more white to my paint. And this, okay, awesome. In the Minecraft world right here, it does occlude some of this pink tree. So if I touch this tree, I did this on accident here. This is perfect. Now this branch is closer than this one, so these are thicker. And again, I don't want to lose the rocks, so they're going to come down, but not all the way down to the rocks. And we'll go like about that, and then we'll kind of taper off a bit up here. bring this one down a little bit more and taper off, and then taper back down here. And then now on the closer branches, and we'll go, there's one right here that just kind of goes down like that as well. That's why I was saying I'm not too worried about the detail in the tree. All right, now we need to lighten this up a bit, just a bit. My white is just about dead, which is fine. I have a second thing of white here. I bought with a gift certificate from my sister for Christmas. So I'm very excited to use her paint. Every aspect of this, the brushes that I'm using, the paint, the, my water can is a Boba Fett mug. All has some special aspect or meaning for me. Every piece of this is got some reason that I'm using it and including it. Not only in this painting, but just when I paint in general, other things. It all kind of has a purpose or a history. That's the word I'm probably looking for. Now this one here is draping down right across and over the front of this, and there's some coming down over here like this, and I'm going with some thicker strokes just because it's closer, and there's some coming down from up here like such, all the way down. Nice big chunkiness is very close. Got one here. Now we're just going random. I think that it's a little bit sparse. Let's do a little bit of lightness coming in over the top of this one and out the bottom of this one. I'm just going to add a little bit of lightness into some of these. But we're still not done. There's a pedestal right here, so we won't do too much more there. Okay, this top part needs some love though. So this needs to have like more that come down and terminate up here. Like this. There. I don't really want to make it too cluttered in here because this is to be framed, and we need this. We need to make kind of an arch right here without hitting the rocks around, so that, oh, that was a cool sound that they put in the map. Around the statue needs to be kind of an arch of green here. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my baby brush, and I think I'm just going to grab some pure white, and I'm going to give the impression of just in a few places the kind of switch, the stem, I don't know what to call it, that holds all these leaves together. And I'm just going to touch it in just a little bit here and there. I don't want it to be too visible as a bunch of white lines just hanging down. But there's a couple spots that need it. And my white is getting really low, so I'm just going to take it right out of the bottle. I don't know, probably shouldn't do that. But we're going to toss that one. And we're just going to do it. Whoa, see, that was too much. Let's use my built-in painting tool, the fingertip, to flatten that out a bit. Just right through here and here. I can't wait till you see the picture of this, because the way that the brush hit the canvas and made these leaves hanging down is really nice. It's way better than my last willow tree picture. This is going to get kind of lost in the middle of viewers, but I have been posting some of my paintings on Instagram, because I genuinely don't know where I should be posting stuff. Is it on Instagram? Is it on Twitter? Is it on my internal Discords for my friends? Like, I don't know. So I feel guilty when I post things on multiple places. All right. We're getting close. We're getting close on this this picture of bloom. I think I have a bit of an issue with this branch that disappear here. So I need to call that out without losing all the rest of this detail that I already put on top of it. So I'm just gonna high touch it here with this yellow. And I don't want to touch the leaves. So, and then we need to do a similar thing up through here, because there's a branch under here, and it's like, hey, don't forget about me. You got all these leaves on me, yeah, but I'm the thing holding them all up. And let's just dust it in a little bit down this side of the trunk, just to pop it out a tiny little bit. And then down here, what it's going to do is it's going to make these look like there's a root structure. So it's not just a flat tree going into the ground, but kind of starting to spread out a bit as it drives down into the earth. There. Yeah, much better. Okay. All right, so I think that tree is pretty much done. We've got a statue missing. We got a whole bunch of ground cover, and we got this ground cover. I think I'm okay with everything else. So let's do this ground cover next. I want to use a different brush. Actually, I'm going to try doing it with my flat brush. We're going to need a couple different sort of textures to the ground cover. So the first one is over here. This is the pampas grass. And I'm using the same color as the willow, but I'm going vertically with the vertical brush, or the flat brush, whatever I called it. And now that's kind of the background. So this right here is going to be for this bush right here is going to be for Shannara, part of the Game Mode 1 build team. And now again, I need to brighten this up a little bit in the foreground. Whoops, I almost just dispensed paint directly onto a paper napkin instead of my palette. If you joined late, if you're whatever, this is a acrylic painting recreation of a scene from a Minecraft map. The Minecraft map is on Bedrock, which means it's on your Windows 10. It's the non-Java version. Windows 10, Switch, PS. It's on your iPhone, and you can get this map for free along with a whole bunch of other ones that Mojang has commissioned some of their map makers to give out for free, which is the best price for a map, especially one with a lot of pretty detail in it. If you've been playing the game of Minecraft as long as me, the thing about this map that I really like is really the amount of ground clutter. It just really makes the world feel alive compared to your normal Minecraft worlds. Now I've made a bit of a mistake here just now, trying to put in the tops of the pampas grass, but I used a brush that's a little too thick, and I don't like the way that that happened. So, my baby brush, and let's just get a tiny bit more on there. I'm also a little bit hesitant to use pure white right here because we're going to have a lot of white in the statue by the nature of it being a marble statue. Okay, there we go. Let's put in some green among this stuff. Let's green this a bit. There. It's actually going to, I like this. Okay. It's actually going to make this pop out a bit more. There. Okay. Now, this pampas grass here, I'm going to go with the pinkish one. When I did this tree, I did the dark in the back and I did the light coming forward. I'm going to do the opposite here. And you know what? I had good luck with this flat brush, so let's do this flat brush again. My purple is gone, so let's find a tiny bit of blue on my palette. I don't have a palette cam. I need to add a little red. It's going to be, I need it to be as light as possible. I definitely, I'm mixing the paint off screen, but I've got way too much blue in it right now. There. All right, so this pampas grass is just going to be bloop, 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 bloop. These little sort of touches on the canvas. These little sort of touches, and then it needs to get darkened and redder as it goes up. Redder / purplier, or as it, yeah. So we go like that, and like that, and like that. You can't probably see this on the webcam as well. When I send out or publish the picture, I love it if you zoom in and kind of look at some of these finer details, or just look at it on the on the resolution that you have. Hopefully it'll speak to you either way. And I'm really trying to get a speckled look on the tops of these pampas grass here. And then I need to go really dark, just at the base, go really into this purple at the base here. We don't want this to be too white because it's going to it's going to blend too much with the statue that's still coming. The statue's coming, don't worry. And we're just gonna, okay, brush is getting a little bit overloaded. Try to get this purple. I should probably let this dry and then put this in so I don't get a smear look to it. It might be okay. All right, we're going to leave that. We've got some bushy things going on and then some orange right here. Well, the orange is going to have to be, yeah, okay, right here. So we've got a bushy thing actually occluding part of this tree. And I think we're going to go with the straight green because we got a lot of lightness here. We got a lot of lightness here already. Let's just smash this green into the brush. There's some other colors on here, so let's see what it looks like. And this is going to go back around the statue, right up to the water's edge. I can even go over some of these back things, but I can't go over this front thing. Thing being the gosh, what is it called? The willow strand hanging down. It's gonna end up something like that. Off a little bit back that way. We can even put some of this kind of stuff in here. Sort of. Whoop. Sort of nestled around this guy. Through here. The foreground, let's go ahead and get this moving. Oh, you know what I should do? I should be going this way. Yeah. And here's where I'm going to fix part of the bridge. And we can do some nice big strokes through here. So I've kind of flipped the brush upside down. Oh, look what happened there. There's some white underneath that other paint that's popping through. It's something interesting, which is good. This is the short grass, and then we're going to have to put in the medium grass, and then the tall grass down here, all through here. We've got some of it back up in here even. Just giving it a little bit of taste. Hiding some of this rough edge between the, what do you call this, the bank. Then there is some darker stuff happening in here. I actually think I need to switch to this brush again. For some of this darker stuff happening here. And these are taller strands, just in and among whatever's going on up here. Like that. Just kind of some to the left, some to the right, stand up, sit down, fight, fight, fight. Right through here. And then some kind of thicker ones as we get closer to the viewer. We'll leave some areas where there's not any. And we'll kind of see what happens here. I don't know. I'm never really quite satisfied with grass. It's either too thick or just looks too sparse. So this is one technique that I definitely need to spend a bit more time on. But the nice thing is you can just cover up anything you don't like with something else. That is really, really one of the joys. We got all this stuff happening down here now, which was just a bit bland before, but it's really sparse, right? That's okay. That is okay. We're gonna try, let's try a little bit of this up and down quick strokes. Just kind of blend some of this stuff and see what it looks like. We got some thick patches, we got some thin patches, we got some fuzzy patches. I think right here we've got a bush. This one, I'm gonna actually make it a little bit yellow, or mix a little bit of yellow into the green. It should lighten it up, but also give it just a different pigment, sort of. Let's see what happens. And this one can just be like this. Yeah, not yellow enough. It can just be this, but it needs to be. Let's put a little white in there. Pull out some of this lightness. And we've got this bush thing over here. Yeah, it's working. It'll work for me. I don't know what it is. And then Jackie5675, welcome. This is me taking a Minecraft map and just trying to kind of paint what I'm seeing in the map. The Minecraft map is called Bloom. It's by Game Mode 1. It's available for the Bedrock version of Minecraft, not the Java version, on the marketplace. It's a free to download, free to play map. It's a lot of fun. I enjoyed it quite a bit. So and I just really, I've been getting more and more into painting. I'm not trained or anything like that. But I'm just really into like, hey, let's find something I like in the media that I spend a lot of time in, and let's bring it to life in a different way. All right, this bush over here on the right, we're going to lighten it up even more and see what that does along kind of the tops of these branches. Yeah, that's going to pop it out pretty good. So the map is by a group called Game Mode 1. All right, we have the, okay, this is still drying. I really splatted a lot of paint there. I think this is pretty good for what I'm going to put there. I can put a little bit of color in here, or a little bit of highlight, I should say, in this bush. And then we need that brown again, where we can go black and red. How about black and red? Let's see. I should have went with Steadowfire's suggestion of orange. We just want to give the impression of some twigs and stuff growing up through here. just a little bit like this. And here. Right through there. And a little bit here. You probably can't see it on the stream. When I'll post a picture of this on my, I don't know, Twitter or something. Maybe in a YouTube video after the fact. And you can see some of these other details and things that I like and don't like that are happening down here that you can't see on the webcam. All right. This path right here. All righty. We've got just a few things left. This is looking kind of cloudy now. So we're gonna see if we can make it a little better here. Well, actually, that pampas grass is kind of cloudy, but what's missing is some of it's got to be coming forward. It's got to be kind of falling forward, not just backwards. Kind of like this. So we just need to give it a little bit of help, sort of exploding out from this center point here. And that'll do it. Just like that, and right over this bush here. Whoops. And then that means that the green centers need to get, yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's going to be nice. All right. This dried pretty nice. I think I'm okay with all that. I got to go for the white statue now. The statue of the little guy holding up the apple. I'm going to just use the small brush that I've got in my hand. I'm super nervous. I am not good at painting figures, people. Whoops. Just broke the top off of one of my paints. And in particular, getting all the right angles and perspectives. But I think I can do it because it's a statue, and B, I mean, it's a square Minecraft character, right? So how hard can it be? All right. I shouldn't have just said that last piece. All right, so he's holding up an apple right here. Whew! He's got an arm going up here. And that arm is coming from, on top of the apple is a little stem and a leaf. And then the head is kind of here. And we can go ahead and make it square-ish. And then the other arm is going off, and this needs to be the same sort of length and width as the first arm. And then the body's kind of at a bit of an angle off to this side here, because he's reaching up. He's reaching up, and then he's got, so this needs to be a little bit longer than a normal body would be in real life, because then we've got the Minecrafty legs going off from there. not terrible. There's a part down here they're getting a bit wide, but I'm going to fix that with the pedestal itself, which should be sort of like this. Or I have to go over this with another coat, but first we're just getting the rough statue in place. Putting the white down first because this white makes a pretty good base. And on top of it we can do some grays and some other things. And we've got this sort of front part like this, and then it goes in. And then there's a base as well. And all that needs to get fixed up. I'm just smoothing out some of the, let's make this apple a bit more appley. And this arm needs to be a bit more army. It's actually not bad. You can see some spots where I definitely need to tighten it up. This is going to be okay because we're going to put some greenage there. We'll let that dry for a minute. We'll do another coat of white and we'll put in some gray highlights. In the meantime, this bush is going to take a little while to dry. We've got these, I've got this orange. I've got the purple spiderwort that goes here. I got some orange hydrangea that goes here. Or not hydrangea. Forgot what they called it in the map. And then this purple stuff. And a little bit of purple stuff over here. So let's go ahead and do some of those while we're waiting. We got this right over here. We've got I guess this just pink thing like this will do. And we'll make that look interesting in a second. And then the one over there is orange. That's the one that I'm going to have to mix up. I wish I had kept some of the orange from up in here. Okay. This is kind of supposed to be a bright orange. So what we'll do is we'll mix up a yellow ochre and red. So it's kind of a dark orange base. It's not mixing up quite how I was hoping. Somehow I've got, there we go. We'll put this on first. Now these are just like splotches. And we're going to go with one back here. And in fact, I like that so much. We're going to go down here too. And these are going to be bigger splotches. Like that. And then over here. Yeah, I like this color right here that I mixed up. It's a really cool base color. Now that needs some brighter center. So we'll punch it up with this brighter version. It's going a bit into the brown on my palette, so I'm going to move into the yellows a bit more. I like this, I like the gold color. I don't know if you can see it too well on the live stream. Again, my webcam is not set up for painting. Okay, let's see if this does the trick. Yeah, just some yellow mixed in with that. And these flowers in the map kind of have this sort of horizontal layers that I can use to my advantage here. Like that. Now these, I want them to be more to the orange though. These are getting a bit more to the gold. So let's, oh, I've already got red here. Mix in the red. Need to figure out how to get a really bright orange off my palette. That'll be for another day. I'm getting sort of a muddy orange right now. Like a ground color. So it's going more toward the brown and losing the bright orange. Yeah. So let's start this mix over with red up here and yellow. Maybe it's more red than yellow. Maybe that's the secret. To get a really bright orange from acrylic. Sure. Yeah, once again it went into the gold right away. Well, that's fine. Let's put that on here. Again, this is still wet on wet, so it works. So this over here needed a bit of love, so we're going to do that right down the middle. Like that. And then these guys, okay, do I need green? These flowers need some white sort of edging. Like this. I don't know if it's cheating by tapping on your painting or not, but I'm doing it. Okay, so we've got some color popping up in here. This is really, really striking. And I don't want it to be so... I need to soften this here. But first, I need to put in the stems on these guys. So the stems, and then they've got these like flower or what do you call these things? Stems, I guess. They kind of have leaves coming off like around them. pulled off too much of that paint there. There. And then these guys need the same thing. We did it again. Same spot up above as below. I smudged the orange. I was trying to get these guys peeking out from behind that bush there. And we can kind of make these come down, give some of these things throughout here. Now, the statue looks pretty dry, which is a good thing. This needs some more sort of clutter or contrast. Looks pretty good. There, bring it down a little bit this way, put it across there. That's going to be good. And let's do the same thing all through the grass. So we're going to just punch this up a bit here and break up some of these big thick lines. We don't want to lose all the lights and darks. We just want to punch it up, and we want to do these kind of vertical sort of patches from left to right, or horizontal patches across like this, and just kind of grabbing all different kinds of leftover colors from the palette and mixing them in. And this kind of goes down this way a bit. So now I've got some more green on this brush. And just really pop this area here with all kinds of interesting stuff going on. I gotta be careful. In some areas I don't want to lose some of the details that I like. Let's put some grass along the trail. Don't have a lot of that going on. For that, we'll just do this sort of brush here. So somebody's kind of trimmed the trail back a bit, but not completely. And through here, we said we'd have some along the base, this guy. Okay, that's much better. Much better. Broke up some of that straight lineage. These guys lost their stems. Let's fix that. We'll go a little more white and a little of this orange, actually. We're just going to touch it in, and it disappears down into the grasses. That's fine. There. These guys over here are looking a bit odd now that they're dry. So let's give them a little love with some more color. Like that. It's these guys here. They are not getting that purplishness though. Well, no, actually, never mind. They don't need purplishness. They're not purple. They're kind of a bronzy color in my picture here. And I'm just adding a little highlight to them. You can see it, a little pink, making them a little fluffy, kind of like little clouds. See it when we put up the final picture at the end here. There we go. We got now this has again highlighted some of this cloudiness in the pampas grass and really dulled out what I had put in as far as the texture. So let's just fix some of this in here and just highlight it up a bit, just a bit, so it doesn't look like just a foggy plant. I think it's a little bit big for the scale now compared to everything else, but I'm okay with it. This needs a little love in here. This needs a little ground cover because it's very visible. All right, we got too much brown there somehow. A little bit through here. Okie doke. Statue. So I'm gonna go over it one more time with the white first. I'm gonna be as careful as I can. To not lose my strokes and stuff. It looks like I might have picked up a little bit of yellowish off the brush. So it's maybe going to give him a bit of a glow. For some reason that the center of that apple is very wet. It doesn't want to be white. I have to be really careful that I don't now make this into some strange thing, like a guy with a middle finger. And he's getting a little chunkier. Oh boy. Well, we're gonna have to fix that with some application of gray. It's decent. It's decent enough. So we're gonna need some gray. And the gray needs to be pretty light. I'm almost wondering if I should do a little bit of blue to pull in some of the colors of the night and the water into the okay, that is mixing up pretty well. Okay, so the shadows need to go under this arm. Oh yeah, I gotta let that dry. So this is too light now. Boy, on the palette I can really see the difference, but on the guy I can't quite see the difference. There's going to be some shadow here. Shadow under the arm. Whoops. Oh, and then under the neck. Well, not his chin. His neck. Okay, we gotta let that dry before I mess with it too much. All right. Ooh. So I see like a big sploogey thing right here. Let's do something about that. So I'm just going to be doing a couple touch-ups, and then I think we're done. We got this weird sploogey thing that happened here. So that just gets popped with some color, and it goes away. And we make the color kind of shine throughout with a bunch of other stuff in there. So the willow is not as bright. I may have to pull this arch up a bit more because this has really dried very dark. So I may need to pull this up a bit more. I want that statue to dry. I think I need to be done touching this. I need to be done touching this. I ended up not covering the bridge with a big plant. I'm kind of okay with it, to be honest. If anything, it needs a little bit more over on this side here. These cattails could use a little more definition. So we're just going to add a little white to pop them out just a bit. And kind of try to obscure some of the bridge. So this part right in here is really blended together. So I am going to take a risk here, and let's stick a bush here to cover it up. I had intended to do that at the beginning, and then I kind of didn't. We're going to do it. And that's all it's going to take. It's just a little bush like that, and then maybe a little bit of highlights in the bush, not too much. That's all you need. And we can put a tiny bit of stem in there. I'm using some of this gold that I had made over here. And just put in an impression of some twigs here. Kind of here and there, nothing much. Just to hold it together. There's a front part to this bridge. I could use a little bit of highlighting. I went a little too light just now. So again, mix in a little more brown this out. Fix this what I just touched. Okay. Alrighty. I need to not touch this bridge. I'm going to mess something up that I will regret. I need to not touch the bridge. He's almost dry. I just didn't get that smashing purple right here. I didn't get that smashing purple. Let's try for it. I want to do it without all this brown on my palette. So let's go over here. Whoops, I just put way too much red. Oh well. Oh well. Mother Nature mixes. And I will mix. So what I've got now on my palette is a really dark purple. To the red side of the spectrum, we're going to mix in some white. And this is going to be a base for... Okay, so I can actually do something like this. Little tiny things going on the ends of this bush here. Sort of, I don't know what you call it, but sort of highlighting the ends of the stem. Crocuses, maybe? I don't know, that word just came to my mind. And then we take some white, some more white, whiten it up a bit for highlights. More white. And we just touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. Too much white, I think. Too much white, and I lose the granularness of where I touched it with the brush. So now what I need to do is put some of that granularness back in with the white. Actually, that may dry okay. I may leave it like that. That may dry okay. we're just playing with different flowers, different colors. I kind of want something here, but I don't really want to touch that area. He is getting close to dry. He's getting close to dry, and then I may go back over this one last time. So what I should have done, maybe, on this guy is put in these shadow tones. Well, actually, I can just do it now. Put in these shadow tones. And then add the white as a highlight. Instead of trying to put shadows onto the white. That might have been a mistake. But that's how we learn. So I got some shadows in there now. And now I need to pull some of this back through here. Oh, crap. And his face, and this part of his arm, and this part of his arm, and the apple needs to actually look like an apple. And then that needs to be there. There. Not too shabby. Call me a cabbie. His feet kind of are disappearing into the statue. But the rest of him's not bad. I don't know what he's holding up. It doesn't look like an apple to me. It looks like he's holding up a blurry, smudged thing. Kind of messed up the apple. So the only thing I can really do is make it bigger. It's not right. Pretty soon this apple's going to be bigger than his head. That's a problem. That's a problem. But I think it's okay. I need to... Oh yeah. I'm going to add a touch of blue to this shadow color. I'm going to see if I can very subtly do anything. Hey, Kavolta, welcome back. Oh, you know what I did? I also forgot this spider wart here on the ground. Okay. The blue that I'm mixing up right now for the statue shadow is a little too dark. So let's see if we can fix that. And I just want a tiny bit of it on the brush. I really don't want a lot. I'm just putting it where there should be some detailed shadow. Oh, this is really doing the trick. I like it quite a bit. Wow. All right, I'm happy with this blue. You won't see it. You won't see it on the live stream, I'm pretty sure. Now, I think this statue has a plaque. Yeah, it does. I don't really want to attempt that. I'm very nervous that it's gonna cause a problem on my statue. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. So this is, I'm going to use a bit of the bronze from these flowers here, and I'm going to darken it up. And what I've got is a little bit, gosh, maybe it's almost looking a little purple. But it's going to be nice and dark against the white. So let's try this color. And we're just going to put the plaque on there. Oh, come on, work with me, plaque. Just a little. I need like a hair's breadth there. There. And it is, boy, so this is where I get in trouble, is I don't really need this teeny tiny fine detail. But I want to put, where's my, this one? I want to put the gold border around the plaque. And that's almost certainly a bad idea. Okay, there. I need more of the pure white. There. And I'm just doing edges of this pedestal to try and give it a little more definition, so it doesn't just blend into one sort of white thing. It's going to be really difficult to see on the stream. But I'm just toning up some of the opposing surfaces to the shadows. Okay, statue is done except for the words, the little writing on the plaque. I actually think the bridge turned out probably better than the statue. Hey, it's almost done, Game Mode 1 and Kavota. I'm putting some writing on the plaque, on the statue. There we go. That's and then I'm going to do this, the border of the plaque. Well, I'm really fearful of this. My hand needs to be very steady after all this time. Oh gosh, 4.5 hours. Holy cow. All right. So the only thing, this dark blob here can use a little something, and I think I need to pull this out because it dried a bit it dried a bit dark. I don't want to overpower the statue, so let's take some of this blue that I just made and some of this green, and we're just going to touch up, I hope, some of these branches in here, some of these willow fronds. I don't know what these are called. Willow somethings. We're just going to go down right over where it was before. And kind of pull it out a little bit in front of the statue. So these are the tall ones that came down from the top. Can you imagine in a Minecraft map, if you're making a Minecraft map and you had to build it, and then you had to build it again on top of what you built, and then you had to go back and build it again on top of what you built. There is some of that natively built-in iteration adding detail. So I guess it's not too dissimilar to painting. I guess it's not too dissimilar to other art forms like poetry, going back and editing what you wrote if you do that. Yeah, see, that's just pulling, so we're just pulling some of the color or some of the branches forward a bit with light. I think it's working. We'll find out in a little while. And then I will definitely take a break and say adieu. Oh, there's one very important thing that I didn't do yet with the white, and I'm just about out of white. And let's pull this down here. That music that was just playing, I don't know if you could hear it on the stream. I assume you can. It just cuts off. It just cuts off randomly. It didn't have a clean endpoint to it. Fix your map game mode. What? No, just kidding. All right, that is working for me. So now let's pull this one forward. Oops. And this one comes over like that. I can add a little more shape to them now with the white too. Keep them away from this guy. But we can put a little bit of hint up here. Just don't want the white too close to him. And then here we can be just a little more vague. And just highlight a little bit like that. Okay. I think I'm done touching it. I think it is what it is. Again, there's this piece down in the grass that's bugging me just a little bit. Right through here. Let's go upwards with our strokes. And we just need a little bit of shadow. Not shadow. Ground fog. Let me get my brush really stippled. And add this in here. works, the way that the grass and everything works is good when you've got some fogginess to it underlying the all right, well, before I really screw this part up, I better stop. I better stop. And so I just keep going. And what'll happen over the next few days is I'll look at this and I'll see about 1,000 things that I want to fix and change. Not unlike Minecraft map making. But there comes a point where you just have to say done is done. Put it out there. Stop the scope creep. Learn from the areas that you think are imperfect. A lot of people won't notice them, and they'll actually notice other things that you don't notice as the creator. And then you'll learn from those too. So I think that'll do it. Oh, wow, this is cool. I accidentally got some pink and white in here, and it really making that green stand out. And this contrast with the dark and the rocks and the water. Oh, this is nice. So we have a Minecraft map inspired by nature, which inspired me to play for a long time. The longest, well, I think I did play Suburbia on Bedrock longer because I was doing that because I love it and to help Jig. But this is very close behind in terms of total play time. I think I played for about 4.5 hours, and then I probably spent a good hour just prepping for the painting, looking for shots, playing around with time of day to get just the right thing. And there we go. That is Bloom, inspired by Game Mode 1. I will take a picture of this so you can have a high-res image to kind of compare to what you're seeing on the Minecraft screen. Hey, Baker Bell, just in time to kind of see me wrap it up. I really can't tell. I'm going to move myself around my little table here, so I really can't quite tell how. Yeah, I think what you're seeing has a lot more contrast than what I'm seeing. So I'll get that picture out there, and hopefully it's acceptable. Let's go ahead and adjust this back, and we'll put the webcam back down here. Thank you guys for watching. This has been really cool. I'm going to get back to my normal, quote unquote normal. I'm going to start doing these painting live streams. Thank you elsewhere here. I'm going to start doing these painting live streams more. Well, I can't say more often. I need to figure out the schedule, but I'm going to be doing them with survival worlds where I kind of randomly go out and get a seed or wander around with a timer, and when the timer goes off, I stop and I paint whatever's there. So it's going to be part of a YouTube series called Acrylic Minecraft, and And then, yeah, I'll paint some other non-Minecraft stuff on my Instagram. And we'll keep playing with this hobby. But thank you guys so much for watching off and on. I really appreciate it. And hope you have a great evening, great day. And we'll see you next time in Acrylic Minecraft. Bye-bye.